Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. Together we can stop this. Please spread the word. Thank you for your attention. How would we stop a minute passing? Do we have to change like the amount of seconds in a minute? I'm literally just like, that sentence is hurting my brain. It's like, hold on a second. What are we stopping? I know it's some shitpost, but it's like... Anyway, speaking of shitposts, let's play some Dwarfs. How's about that? So, this fortress kind of turned into a giant shitpost in a way. Kind of. This is a fortress of Stonewater that we're loading up right now. And when I say it turned into a bit of a shitpost, I mean, well... I mean, this is the mega project, right? Right here. And I kind of, well, made it a little steamy in here. And Bono said, every time I clap my hands, a child in Africa dies, and someone shouted out, quit clapping your hands. I mean, that's not totally how that works, but I'm pretty sure people are dying everywhere all the time, every second, so. Stumbles through the door. Hey, Bryn Bjorn. What's up? Better late than never, yeah? So, yeah, I built that. But the actual fort itself still needs plenty of work. It's this... This is just the front door. This is our front door. So our front door is made up of several drawbridges, a pit of lava, and towers that spew lava. And I don't know where to go from here. I feel like this fort's kind of peaked in a lot of ways, and it's like, okay, how do I add on to this even more so? Someone was requesting in YouTube comments that I add in pressure plates so that they can launch themselves, but like they stand on these drawbridges, right? And if they're standing on these drawbridges, then they get launched up, they fly all the way up here, they hit the ceiling, and then they fall back down with the impact wound from hitting the ceiling, and then falling back down, and they land in the lava and burn to death. Then they could also like fly up and hit the bottom of this. But what I want to do with this is I want to stop them from being able to land on this. So instead of them landing on this and then walking into the fort, I basically, this is going to be built outwards from the inside so that this mechanism in here is protected and they can't land on this walkway, right? So that's one thing we need to do with the pyramid. Beyond that, I want to build a tavern in here and so, like make this into like an entertainment area. Maybe a secondary library and some other things. And like that's kind of what we're doing with this. As far as the rest of the fort goes, the rest of the fort is all inside of this mountain, and I kind of love this spawn that we got because it looks like 2D DF in a lot of ways, just because of how the river is. But if we go up through here, you can see kind of the actual main fortress, which is a convoluted mess of things inside of this mountain that goes all the way up to here because volcanoes in Dwarf Fort are boring. So I made a giant lava lake up here, and I can pull levers to turn on one of two lava flows. There's one on the bottom and one on the top. They serve no practical purpose aside from I can make the volcano erupt. And then I have a glass tower up there on the top side. So that's my big project. I also didn't realize that I didn't realize that the Steam logo was like on the same level as the top of the volcano. But yeah, so that's this. We'll also need to be attacking things so that more things attack us. But first, I would like to finish the pyramid. I want the pyramid to be done. As for dwarves, there's a lot of dwarves in this fort. We have 199 currently. And the named dwarves are Snail, Goldpoke, and Sanic, and Phoenix the Fox, Haz Huzzah, and Raz, as well as Soul Shinery, and Pablo, and Time and Raph. Alden is here. Farana, Goats, and White Dog are all here, as well as Little Osun and Deadliest. As I continue to scroll down, we'll eventually hit people like Onyx, and NetJam Jr., and Animal, and Audio, and Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, and Potato King, and Wendigo, and Space Pirate, and Trevor in VR, and Impalification, and Tapioc, and Kodiak, and Rolf and Rory. And as I scroll down, we eventually hit people like Nordstrom, Footloose, and Jerhenning, Accident, Spice, and Lamond, and of course Ayer down here, who's an Axe Lord, and Ash and Dust. And if you would like a dwarf, let me know. So I recall that in Warhammer Fantasy lore, there was a certain dwarven fortress that would pour lava upon a certain stubborn besiegers. Huh. Yeah, I know very little about Warhammer lore, so probably. You haven't been a dwarf for a while? Do you have any preference, or should I just do a rando? What do you want? What would you like? And also, thanks, Userine. It took like an entire day to make that Steam logo. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like you're a clother. Mason, if available. I've got a billion Masons, so I can absolutely get you a Mason. She feels fondness when speaking with an acquaintance, but was angry upon dwelling upon getting into an argument. These dwarves argue a lot. They must be Irish. You're a worshipper of Ral. A deity of the Rim of Savants most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with wealth. You have a couple friends and no notable family. 87 years old, born on the 3rd of Obsidian in the year 173. She has a broad body and made broader still by no shortage of surrounding large. She has a round chin and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her nose is narrow and her tail and her tall head is narrow. Her gold eyes are slightly close set, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is wrinkled. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her hair is pale chestnut with flecks of gray. Have fun with D&D, Bastet. Any furnace operator or mechanic, unless a dwarf is possible that's not a baby or a child. Okay, fair enough. Rarely develops negative feelings towards things after seeing a Cyclops die, dead body in 257. And she can sometimes act without deliberation. She is quick to anger and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and likes to eat. She prefers to consume sea monster, radish plants and peach cider and tapir's milk and absolutely hates moonsnails. Stone, what's up? It's good to see you. So next up is Brimbjorn. You just want something random, I'm assuming, because you weren't specific. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're getting a kiddo. Fath. Who is in our yarn. You're 6. You were ashamed when wearing tattered clothing. You're delighted remembering seeing a performance. What in the world is that, Bastet? That is an emote. She is 6 years old, obviously. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow, and her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her hair is pale chestnut. Her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are gold. Apparently, I just knocked the number 2 off my numpad. She likes jet, billin, and squirrel, giant moose antler. Aren't all moose pretty giant? Giant moose antler and armadillo shell and burnt umber and short swords and querns and gems. And cats for their aloofness. And elephant seals for their large, floppy noses. And she prefers to consume celery and white mullet beer and Singero fruit, and she absolutely hates cave spiders. By the way, chat, this has nothing to do with anything. But did you know that hippos piss on their own assholes to get leeches out of their anus? Anyway, she personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Strongly values tranquility and quiet and thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain. You did not know that? Well, it's funny. Many times as a child, I used to go to the zoo, right? We have a zoo here, and there's hippos in the zoo. They smell really bad. Get off Reddit. Someone saw the same post I did. She never feels discouraged and does not find most jokes humorous. And she is very quick to anger. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and can easily fall in love and develop positive sentiments, and tends to takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and tends to consider what others think of her, and does not mind wearing something special now and again, and doesn't mind being out. And she is often nervous, and she prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and is often cheerful, and occasionally overindulges, and tends to stretch her body when she's thinking. When she's bored, she scratches her nose and eats alcohol to get through the working day. Distinctly the picture of the leech. I mean, okay, well, what are you gonna do? Hate me? Walrus, you want a mason? How's that? That'll do. Tosid is walrus. He felt enjoyment while performing and felt fondness talking with an acquaintance and uneasy after a lack of decent meals. You appear to have a pet duck, which is like impossible to read when I select it. You worship Ral, who's the deity of wealth once again. And you have very few friends, but one close friend. 82 years old, born on the 25th of Limestone in the year 178. His hair is wavy, his very long sideburns are braided, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his nose bridge is incredibly concave, and he has a broad chin, and free-lobed ears are extremely narrow, and his nose is hooked, and his head is narrow, and his eyebrows are quite dense. His brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray, and his eyes are gold. Finally, you've acquired a duck. This is actually kind of true. You like Andorite, bronze tapizolite, mongoose leather, phantom spider silk, llama wool, walrus parchment, and amulets. And ballista parts and reindeer for their large herds, and the words of the wavy petal. And you prefer to consume goose sailfin. Goose, sailfin molly, tuber beer, and you absolutely hate fire snakes. And Anonymous Gopher, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Walrus. I like saying gopher instead of gifter. It just sounds better. Continuing on, your person has a negative view of those who exercise power over others due to seeing a goblin's dead body in 255. Finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values sacrifice, and finds romance distasteful, and dreams of mastering a skill. Never becomes angry and prefers to be alone, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and isn't particularly curious about the world, and doesn't seek out excitement. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Doesn't handle stress well, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to not reveal personal information and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. There we go. Now you have all of the power of the dwarfs, and thank you very much for gifting us sub. Is this the fort with the crazy necromancer, Mom? That was the Halloween fort, which ended on Halloween, so that fort's been retired. So no, this fort does not have any crazy necromancers in it. I'm just scrolling up to see who else needs dwarves still. I'm sure someone else asked. You hope that there's a pin function in the future so you can have a big colony stand out, similar to the Crusader Kings. Yeah, I don't know. I know there will be a search function in Premium, but someone wanted a furnace operator. Who was that? That was Sax, I think. Sax wanted a furnace op. So I don't actually have a furnace op, and the reason I don't have a furnace op is because, like, we're basically all just metal crafters and metalsmiths. I can give you a weaponsmith or a metal crafter or a blacksmith. People keep gifting you subs in DF streams. You're just collecting subscriptions somehow. I wouldn't complain. That's all I have to say to that. I wouldn't complain. That's too useful of a profession. So, counter argument, my fortress only has gold in it. So I would argue that that is not a useful profession. Not that it's not a useful profession, but I would argue that it's not the most useful profession in this fort. The most useful profession is probably either mason or glassworker. But, I mean, I could give you a fisher dwarf. That's pretty useless. Or a gem cutter. Blacksmith it is. Alrighty. You just got a dwarf with a master in the relationship. Sabs, does this mean that they're a necromancer and they can have masters for other reasons? So anybody who's legendary in a skill can have apprentices, and they can be a master. So if they came somewhere that had guilds, then they can have a master, and a master just means that they had a teacher who taught them skills. Essentially, it's like, I'm not entirely sure how it happens. I think it's got something to do with them being friends, but also both being good at, or one being much better at a skill than the other one, and them participating in the same guild for an extended period of time. One can become the apprentice of the other one. It's got nothing to do with necromancy. It's purely just skill related. So it's like, you know, you could have a personal tutor, basically. And I'm not sure if it actually affects skills. I think it might just be like a friends and family thing. But you appear to have a pet chick. You also worship the deity of wealth. Very popular. He was interested after watching a performance, felt fondness after talking with an acquaintance, and was bored after being unable to practice a craft because we don't have anything for you to do. No, it's not. No, necromancy's a state. It's like being living or dead in Dwarf Fortress. So when you acquire necromancy as a skill or as a thing, it changes like the status of that character's being, and it's not something that like actually matters in the long run, like skills-wise, I guess. He's 52 years old, born on the 22nd of Limestone in the year 208. He is skinny, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he has a round chin. His gold eyes are close set, and his tall head is narrow. His nose is slightly hooked, and his somewhat narrow ears are free-lobed. His eyebrows are somewhat high, and his hair is pale chestnut, and his skin is cinnamon. He likes jet, zinc, and tiger eye, and worm leather, and amber, which is the color of his energy, and low boots and amulets and large serrated discs, bushmasters for their deadly bite, and the sight of the amethyst sheen, and when possible prefers to consume subscriptions and whipvine, or whipwine, and absolutely hates toads.
Thanks to Dire Stupid for my sub-gift.
Thanks for being around to receive said sub-gift. It's good to have you around, Tyga. Hope things are okay where you're at. He personally sees artful speech and eloquence as a wasteful form of deliberate deception and treats it as such. He is greatly disturbed by quiet and a peaceful existence, and he values loyalty. He dreams of mastering a skill and lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and isn't given to flights of fancy. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not often feel lustful, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He often gives his knuckles a good crack when he's thinking hard, and he talks very quietly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through a working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. But seriously, thank you very much for keeping that sum around. Yep. It seemingly wasn't a Russian rocket after all. Yeah, that was a weird debacle, and still kind of is a weird debacle. So I think that's everybody. If anybody else wants a dwarf, just like I said, let me know. I'm going to be checking in on booze mounts. See if the mayor needs anything. Nah, mayor's kind of fine. Stuff's just kind of getting work done. Okay, okay. Oh, also, something that I should mention is deep underground we have a uninvited guest who's this Forgotten Beast. This Forgotten Beast's whole point of existence is it lives in this little wall here, okay? And I lower these drawbridges, and then it shoots its webs out at these dogs, and then we raise the drawbridges, and then my dwarves run up there and gather all the silk, and then we make the silk into clothing. What's his job in this fort? I'm assuming you had one, or heard me read your name, because like my brain is like a sieve for the names of the dwarves that are in this fort for some reason. Let me just find you. I don't have them all memorized. I don't play this fort often enough to like memorize every dwarf. That or you're just dead. One of the two. Because the actual like pile of yeah, I think you might be dead. The actual pile of bodies in this fortress is really high because we've lost the entire population, almost the entire population at least twice. Because we've had some major fights. Is that going to be the music in game? Yeah, that's one of the tracks from the announcement thing. That Diamond put in a lot of work to loop it. Signalis is a fleshy meat ore? I've watched like nothing of that game. I've seen like a couple seconds of footage of it, and it didn't look like that to me. But sounds spoilery. Yeah, it looks like you are no longer in the realms of the. Oh wait, no, there you are. Found you. You are interested after watching a performance. You are a glassmaker, and you're currently listening to poetry, and now you're socializing. There we go, Wendigo. We found you. I was kind of curious about the poetry you were listening to, but. It's too late to go back and look at it. But Sniper Captain, how was my day? My day hasn't been going for very long. I mean, it's 10:30 in the morning and I woke up at 8. So I ate breakfast today. My breakfast was rather unremarkable oatmeal with slightly above average coffee. And I have more coffee now. Aside from that, I have streamed for an hour and a half. And it's been pretty good. We got a very generous raid from Kiri. And tomorrow's going to be very exciting. The reason tomorrow's going to be very exciting is because the story is a work of art. No other game has been this effective at making you feel what it wanted you to feel. Noted. That was a game that was on my radar for a little bit, which I'll be honest, kind of just slipped through the cracks. Any unnamed dwarves? I got buttloads. What kind of job do you want? We got masons, we got miners, we got metalworkers, we got craft dwarves, we got cooks and farmers, we got soldiers. What do you want? I got a little bit of everything. Yeah, that's interesting to know, Tiger. I have a question. Did you play Citizen Sleeper? Because that's how I feel about Citizen Sleeper is my game of the year for this year. Just flat. Like, Dwarf Fortress will be second to Citizen Sleeper. And it's because like Dwarf Fortress is just a game I've been playing so long. Previous Dwarf Fortress coming out isn't like a new game to me. It's like, oh, it's like a patch. But like, so it kind of gets its own category. But when it comes to new games in 2022, Citizen Sleeper is my game of the year because that is the only game that has managed to get an actual like legitimate heavy emotional response from me in, I want to say, since Portal 2 came out. What does it do? It makes me do this because it might be kind of hard to see, but I have lots of hair. So it makes me put the hair down. Or you can make me tie it back up. Metalworker? Can be a goldsmith. So Reza, she was enraptured after communing with Ral. Ral, of course, is the deity of wealth. Chat, streamer has hair. Surprise, Pikachu. You are 61 years old, 8 years off of nice, born in the 26th of Sandstone in the year 199. Her extremely narrow ears are very flattened. Her hair is clean shaven, and her nose is hooked, and she has a round chin, and her hair is pale chestnut. Her first finger on her right hand is gone. Oops. And her skin is brown, and her eyes are gold. She is very agile and durable. Ew, hairy streamer. Oh, no. So yeah, you're missing a finger on your right hand, so hopefully you don't need that. You know, I wonder, what does Dwarf Fortress classify as the first finger? Because I don't think I've ever heard Dwarf Fortress reference a thumb. So what do they consider a first finger? Is the first finger the pinky, thumb, or the pointer finger? What, in Signalis? Noted. I'm assuming it gets flashy and bouncy and stuff. The one thing I really need to know about that game is how long it is, but I'm sure I can figure that out. But yeah, anyway, what? It's the finger that is first. Well, I would assume it. I would assume it's the pointer finger, but I don't believe I've ever heard Dwarf Fortress reference a thumb. Now I'm, like, actually wondering. Left foot, body. I guess what I need to find is I need to find somebody who has rings on. Foot, left hand. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, make 100 silk coats. I'm seeing a lot of dwarves with shitty coats. Where did that dwarf go? Reza. She likes bismuth night, platinum, clear zircon, kestrel leather, snowy owl parchment, shields and grates, and large gems and cavies for their adorable call. And bleak trolls for their macabre ways. They basically just eat people and, like, crush their bones. And cowpea plants for their pods, and when possible prefers to consume gigantic you prefer to consume giant leech, tuber beer, and one-humped camel's milk, and bladeweed seeds. And you hate mosquitoes. At least that last bit's relatable. You're gonna do a little bit of research. So yeah, the first finger is the index. It's the index finger. Gotcha. But you're gonna find out if they have thumbs. Turtle, you have a good night, or day, or afternoon, or whatever time of day it happens to be where you are. Also, Osmosis Jones, hello, it's good to see you. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations, and feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural, since she dislikes the natural world, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. It's relatable. No, so dwarves don't have thumbs? So what finger would the thumb finger be then? They have 5 fingers. I don't know how I feel about this. Just imagining like a weird non-thumb finger that like curls so they can grab things. Ugh. Every finger's a thumb. I mean, that would explain the Incredible Craft Store ship. So wait, hold on a second. Would that mean that it's fair to say that dwarves are all thumbs? They're all thumbs. Useless. Maybe one person in chat will get that reference. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. That is distressing. The words I'm looking for are raccoon hands, but they have like little thumbs though. Even raccoons have thumbs. Or thumb-looking things. Thumb-like finger things. That's terrifying. I don't know how to feel. You know, some things sometimes I feel like I need to know something. And then I learn the thing and I'm like, I don't like that. Why am I building a floor there? I need to build a wall there. What? Yeah, I would like to unlearn that one. I think we need to ask Tarn about fingers. Is it true that dwarves have 5 fingers, and which finger is the thumb? We can't plant trees, but wood grows pretty quickly on its own. I mean, like, all of these trees have grown back because this whole forest burnt down. So, like, you know, you can still see some of the burn marks, but yeah, no, they grow back quite quickly. The dwarves don't really partake in orchard farming. They're more of an orchard burning type of group of people. Or do they just go all the way to 5th finger? I don't know. Those are foot fingers and big finger, respectively. Really? Big finger is like this direct translation from thumb? Call the fingers digits? True. Yes, this is true. You could just call them digits. Man, I feel like this would be a really fun, like, random thing to ask Tarn. So it's like, I discovered yesterday that dwarves don't have thumbs. They just have fingers. They have 5 fingers. So by Dwarf Fortress logic, then, is the 5th finger the thumb, then? You also count index finger to pinky, and then the thumb. Oh yeah, no, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how I was always taught to count with my hands in school. Regardless of how accurate any school system is. But, like, which, like, toes are a big part of Dwarf Fortress since that's what enemies grab and throw you by. Often, yeah, Walrus. It is very important. But yeah, no, I realized that I've never seen a mention of a thumb in Dwarf Fort. So hold on a second. Do humans have thumbs, Stone? Or do they also just have 5 fingers? I need to know about how many fingers humans have. Because if they just have 5 fingers, I'm like... I think we might already be in, like, the myths and magic era of randomly generated species, because, like, the concept of that is terrifying. Like, that's some, like, Pan's Labyrinth, like, body horror shit. Where just, like, the guy holds up his hand, and it's just, like, a spider of fingers, and you're like, ah! And they just, like, all close in. Humans are entirely composed of little fingers that amass their form. I think that you're confusing humans and jellyfish, Walrus, but it's okay. I'll give you that. No entities in Dwarf Fortress have thumbs. You wouldn't be surprised if DF doesn't give a single fuck about which. I mean, if there's no thumbs, does it really matter? It's like, Do crabs? I would assume that they would have claws. But, you know, it's kind of funny. Like, when you start looking at the raws for certain animals, it's just, like, literally the difference between... I mean, my favorite example I always go back to is the difference between a cow and a lion is... A lion has a mane and a cow just has teeth. And a lion has swords on its hands. In the webcomic, unsounded spider paw is a slur for human? Wait, really? Wait, what webcomic? Oh yeah, also cows are milkable. No, you can't milk a lion. I don't think any cat critters are milkable in DF. I mean, theoretically, you could milk a lion, but in Dwarf Fortress, also a milkable lion wouldn't have a mane. But on the plus side, the body temperature of every single major species is 10,067, including kobolds. Well, that's good to know. Yeah. I don't know what scale that's listed in, but at least this something makes sense. Oh God. That's in degrees Eurist. Oh, good to know. Okay, fair enough. There's a handy conversion scale on the wiki, I'm sure. I also, like, can't fully describe how happy I am that the wiki is now ad-free and just sponsored by KitFox. This channel is so educational. You're learning about lions and hippos. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has leeches, so I'm just saying Dwarf Fortress needs to be accurate about how it represents butt cleaning of hippos. You know, it's funny. We used to have the educational tag on this stream, and I removed it when the custom tags came in. No one ever actually called me out on it, though. And every now and again, people would ask me what exactly I'm educating people in, and I said delinquency. Clearly. But you've never edited a wiki ever? I think I'm referenced in the wiki in a few places. Specifically for the interviews. From a bug before the 3 fingers part causes animal people that already have front toes defined to gain 3 extra fingers. Once again, that's some body horror shit right there. Am I making glass blocks right now? No. And let's jump back down to our Forgotten Beast friend. Open this lever. Lock these doors. Keep them pet passable. All of this, yeah, literally all of this knowledge because a dwarf lost a finger and I went, hold on a second, which one's the first finger? Is it the thumb or the thing? And then I was like, wait a second, do dwarves have thumbs? That's literally how this process went. What were we talking about before this? I think I was naming dwarves. Does anybody else want a thumbless dwarf? These poor dogs, they live a terrified life of giant creatures shooting its webs at them. Do you have a dwarf? You did, but I have bad news for you. You got peckered full of bolts by an invading goblin army. So you had a dwarf, but you don't currently have a dwarf. So we could do a Stone 2. The sequel to Stone, if you would like. DF can often put Lovecraft to shame with its sure with its random body horror. It's like unexpected surprise body horror. That's definitely possible. Civ, do you have any preference on what kind of dwarf you'd like? I've definitely, like, forgotten to name people dwarves. You want an animal trainer? I have an animal caretaker or a hunter. Basically, like, guy that takes care of the elephants or a hunter. And then we'll get Stone in after. Sure, we could do Seashore as well. Do you have job preference, Stone? Within the last season, he felt satisfied at work and euphoric due to inebriation and felt wonder after communing with Ral. You, of course, worship Ral, the most popular deity in the fortress, and you're 82 years old, born on the 18th of Slate in the year 178. He is a member of the Jade Creed. That is your choice of religion around these parts, and I'll have the fattest elephants around. Well, that's good. Civ likes petrified wood, bronze and sapphire crystal, glass and scepters, and alpacas for their long necks, and dusk crones for their macabre ways, and the vines and squash vines for their fruit, and squash vines for their fruit, and the words of the tomes of aquamarine, and when possible, prefers to consume giant snail, persimmon wine, and you absolutely hate brown recluse spiders. So you like giant snail? You like to eat giant snail? You like Bigham's escargot, Costco escargot. He is short and fat, and his hair is wavy. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is neatly combed, and his nose is extremely narrow, and his tall head is extremely narrow, and his somewhat narrow ears are somewhat short, and his pale chestnut skin is slightly wrinkled, and his eyebrows are somewhat high, and his hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray, and his eyes are gold. Personally, he thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show the slightest piece of emotion. He values harmonious existence and values honesty and does not care about family one way or another and doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He's in a constant state of internal rage and is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations after seeing a troll's dead body in 258, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to consider what others think of him, and is currently more shameless. He is often nervous and likes to brawl, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He is sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence, and he is currently more confident, and he is pleased with his own appearance and talents. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to trust others. He is quite polite and is currently more rude. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this as he, for more than one reason, and he is currently more fearless, currently less private, and currently more thoughtless. Licks his lips when he's nervous, becomes rigid when he's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Rage is not good. Yeah, dwarves. And then Stone, you would like a Seashore as well. Do you have any preference on jobs or just masons? Mason. Kodiak, 13 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Kodiak? Keeping that sub alive for 13 months. Within the last season, Nish, Mason, known as Seashore's Wall, she felt euphoric due to inebriation and felt wonder communing with Ral. You, of course, worship Ral, who is the male dwarf deity of the Rim of Savants, who's associated with wealth. And it's worth noting that you are a member of the Fellowship of Jades. Not the Jade Creed, the Fellowship of Jades. Who, just for clarity's sake, is the Fellowship of Jades is headed up by the Holy Pearl, Time and Araph, and the Exalted Treasure Audio. You are a Fellowship of Jades dwarf. Whereas the Jade Creed is headed up by Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap and Holy Diamond Nyx. Because Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, actually, I don't know if you were here for that, but they got a promotion to the Exalted Luxury of the Jade Creed. Anyway, we were reading about stones, so I should go back to that. Very different, yes. Did I fly past you? I may have. There's too many of these. There you are. You're reading about the lever right now. Definitely not a stayer. The lever, actually, is a manual entitled About the Lever, authored by Quinair Boyanistel, and it concerns the reasons why the lever is effective. I think it's Gremlin fan fiction, actually. Overall, the prose is passable. So you're reading about why levers are effective. Sounds like a fun book. I mean, probably. Crash due to 0 seconds. There's a reason why there's a Twitter account that does nothing but just tweet out old DF bug reports. She likes mica, gold, yellow sespertine, and the color flax, shields and goblets, and sheep for their tendency to flock, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And the words of the silky bride and the sight of the mirth of flowers, and when possible prefers to consume osprey, bayberry wine, and soft wheat flour, and you absolutely hate maggots. Her very long hair is braided and her nose is sharply hooked. Her slightly thin irised gold eyes are slightly protruding, and her head is somewhat narrow, and her sandy taupe skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray, and her eyebrows are somewhat high. Yeah, I don't think that... I mean, they could theoretically socialize with intelligent undead, but that wouldn't be a bug. That would just be the game working properly. She personally respects power due to seeing a troll's dead body, and finds leisure time wasteful, values sacrifice and self-control, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, after experiencing trauma in 258. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She is very curious and eager, and sometimes to her detriment, and she seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is very humble. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and does not hate or develop negative feelings. She is quick to anger and can sometimes act without deliberation. Currently more thoughtless and currently more rude. And she talks very loudly when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the Fort, Stone. Seashore's Wall. And I think that puts us in a spot where I can slaughter a giant rat that is just chilling here. And we can go back to this. You recently fought an Etten and destroyed a head. And I think it described the head as dead, and the Etten was still alive and fighting, which threw you for a loop because it has 2 heads. Oh, yeah, no. Ettens can, like, lose a head and keep running at you. It's like losing an arm. Books about levers are gremlin in origin. This is true. Levers cannot exist without gremlins. It's kind of funny. Diamond links posted a screenshot of the gremlin rubber duck on my Discord, right? Followed by me saying no, and then Bastet responds, and then Thesaurus Hex is like, "Does Blind have a PO box?" And I'm like, "No," for this exact reason. That's why I don't have a PO box, is so you don't send me random plastic shit for no reason. I don't need your crap. Like, literally the reason I don't have a P.O. box is so people don't send me random crap I don't need /1. Like, I guess, like, it's one of those, like, unfortunate realities of being somebody who doesn't like owning a lot of stuff is it just makes, you know, accepting random plastic crap difficult because I genuinely just don't want it. That sounds like a nightmare that I'm not ready for. I'm gonna have to get over all of my childhood trauma before I can deal with that. Although, I'll be honest, Walrus, if you woke up one day and your house was full of ducks, you'd be pretty pissed too. Think about it. Just think about it for a moment. Just think about it. How would you feel if you woke up and your house was full of ducks? You know, this genuinely does look pretty fucking dope. Like, that Steam logo turned out way better than I was expecting. Very good day. Hello, Aurelius. Oh, well, I mean, it implies a lot of things. So you had a grocery store run and many of us only dream about today. A guy walked out at the same time as you and your cars were parked right next to each other. After walking for nearly a minute together, I turned in the snow and said, "So long, friend," and he initially was confused and said, "What?" And then he walked so long, but we must part ways. And he got it, and he stretched a hand towards you. And you reached your car's doors and said, "So long, it hurts to part, and I know I know not your name, but I will remember you as always." That's funny. That's like, they say chivalry is dead. Also, chat investments are open. Sounds like a weird interaction, to be honest. I made both your days. Sometimes, like, random acts of conversation are interesting. You know, it's weird, actually. Like, that you know what that reminds... So, there was these photos that I stumbled upon not too long ago of, because, like, in Vancouver here, we have SkyTrain, right? Which is just, like, our rapid transit. It's just, like, basically just an above-ground subway. It's just raised-up public transit, right? Or similar to any metro or, like, rail line. You may post whatever you want, Shenryon, as long as it's not self-promotion, but I'm not going to click on it, just for various reasons. Type an exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. I realize. Anyway, a bunch of pictures were posted on the Vancouver subreddit, as well as a video, actually, of public transit in the 80s, right? And so this is like, you know, an era that I never got to really witness, right? Because I was born in the 90s. I was born in 94. So I completely missed everything of that era. And it's fascinating to look at pictures of public transit in those days because, like, now, you know, you get on public transit, everybody's just, like, on their phone, right? Everybody's just on their phone. Nobody talks. Everybody's just on their phone. And you go back to... I'm going to place these coffins because I made them a while ago and didn't place all of them. If you go back and look at photos of public transit in the 80s, everybody's talking. Everybody's just, like, sitting there and talking to, like, the person next to them. And it's so strange to me. It's just, like, nobody speaks. Nobody just, like, talks. Like, of course, there's, like, a person reading a magazine or something or somebody reading a book. But most people are just talking. And it's like, I think the last time I spoke to somebody on public transit was because I ran into my cousin. Like, literally, like, the last person I spoke to on public transit was my cousin. And that was, like, halfway through the pandemic. Not counting, like, people that I specifically, like, am going to go meet up with, obviously. But, huh. That nobody talked to each other in the 90s either. Fair enough. Cali train in Bay Area gets kind of talkative. That sounds like a negative, Wintermelon. You saw photos of public transport from the USSR, no speaking, just everyone sitting there looking miserable. I mean, that's just depression. But somebody talked to us on an elevator in Vegas, but I think that's because it's Vegas. But yeah, anyway, I just kind of wanted to state that because like that's what that interaction reminded me of, is just like all these pictures of just like everybody talking. Also, good win, Frog. We're watching docs from the 70s and in England recently, and everyone that got interviewed had an interesting take. It was capable of verbalizing it. You don't feel like it would happen now. You know, it's funny when I hang out with people, and like I don't have a lot of friends, right? This is kind of something that I'm pretty public about. I have a very small group of friends, and then I know a lot of people. But if I'm hanging out with somebody that I know, I try not to use my phone at all. Like, I very, very, very much try to not use my phone because it just, like, it breaks conversations to a point where it just makes conversations awkward because people just prioritize their phone. And it's like, I swear it's, like, broken something in my brain about how to socialize with people. You don't have a cell phone? Well, I'm happy that you get to live that life, but that's not the norm. Wendigo. I mean, like, I know a streamer who doesn't have a cell phone, and he's hard as fuck to meet up with. Like, a friend of mine, Ponce from Vancouver, doesn't have a smartphone. His wife has a smartphone, so sometimes he'll show up with his wife's phone, but, like, he never uses a phone. So it's like, if maybe he'll miss a bus, and it'll just be a matter of, like, all right, I guess we just sit here and wait. I assume he's going to show up. He said he would. What's up, Neil? Hope you had a good stream last night. Attempts to talk to somebody on public transport will usually yield you the fuck you want from me response because they're instantly under that you want. Yeah, I mean, that's not too far away from how it is here now. All I'm saying is, like, people acted differently before phones, I think. Things are doing well? Well, that's good to hear, man. Of how intrusive your phone is and usually work, how much work it takes to not touch the phone. It's the one part that I actually really like. Like, when I was on my vacation, one of the days me and Hobo, we went out kind of to the middle of nowhere, right? And we went on a hike in the desert. We went to Fire Valley. And it was beautiful. And one of the best parts was there was no cell reception. Like, at all. Like, the second you, like, leave the highway, like, cell reception goes, like, immediately. And then you're basically just in, like, the perfect place to murder somebody. Because it's, like, quiet, pretty secluded, far away from everything, and there's not a lot of people around, which we were joking about. But also, like, there's no cell reception. So it's like you spend the whole day and just, like, not on your phone at all, and it's lovely. It's one of my favorite parts about camping, actually, is I get away from my phone. Although most of the trails I go on here actually have cell reception, but just have to put effort into it. I was this close to getting rid of my phone before I got diagnosed with diabetes. And frankly, I probably would have gotten rid of my phone had I not. The only reason I've kept it is because I literally need it to communicate with doctors. And I have apps and stuff that automatically report things to people. So it's kind of important at this point, unfortunately. For my medical safety. But that's everything for that layer. Well, that's called phantom something. Phantom vibrations, where you think that you heard something. Speaking of phones, holy shit, it's -5 outside. I'm literally putting my phone into, like, snooze, silent mode. Also, chat room, I'm really sad. One of my favorite breweries in Vancouver has changed ownerships, and they were known for making super duper duper artsy, fancy sour beers. And they are relaunching with a new name, and the three beers that they're launching with are a very boring sounding lager, a very boring sounding IPA, and a very boring sounding pale ale, and their cans look super generic, and it makes me really sad. It used to be like this super unique, weird experimental brewery. They might end up being great, but I'm just really sad because it's like, oh man, the rebrand looks terrible, and like the actual interesting parts of why this brewery was cool seems to have gone away. Yeah. So the bakery is turning into Brave Brewing, which is weird naming too. You and your friends went camping a few days and kept off your phones and sang sea shanties into the night and watched the stars. That's the best shit. Go camping, set phone to airplane mode. Enjoy the weekend. Although then my mom gets mad at me when I don't call her multiple times while I'm camping because she gets worried that I'm going to die or something. Which, you know, I respect it and I appreciate it, but don't worry about me so much. Just don't die. Exactly, yeah. And if I do, then it's not my problem. Don't need to worry about it then. That's the mom job. This is true, yeah. Hey, chat. Did you know that on Steam you can buy the Bible? And it's literally the Bible? I love the fact that it's a psychological horror sexual content fantasy. There's something about that that's very funny to me. What other tags does the Bible have? Lore rich, okay. Female protagonist. Text-based, story-rich, narration, historical drama, philosophical, non-linear, visual novel, single-player, atmospheric, tutorial, relaxing hentai, dynamic narration. Perfect. Anybody want to stream the Bible? Seems exciting. Also, it's fucking $11. What the hell? Sacrilegious, but you think it's funny? Fuck fuck it. Who cares? It's $11 on sale. 33% off. Deep discount. This is what I get for clicking next on a Steam queue for a bit. So, Cooler says this is a work in progress, but, those tags made you laugh more than you should have. Oh yeah, no. I mean, it fits though. That's the thing, right? I mean, what's the word? I would say I would say that you are in your rights to laugh, and you shouldn't feel bad about laughing at that. You shouldn't feel bad about laughing at that, because that is genuinely hilarious. Okay, we are making glass blocks. With a really stubby chode. I think you need to like go see a therapist. That is all. Dwarf wants to take it easy. Well, I mean, you are a Hammerlord, so I guess I should remove you from this squad. Go take it easy. At least we can agree on that, Tag. I mean, I don't know why anybody would pay money for one, but the tags on the Steam version are quite funny. You know, actually go to, this is funny. You go to Steam, you type in Bible, right? You get the Bible Exodus, which I guess is just like Exodus, Instrument Bible, whatever that is, Adventures of the Old Testament for $1, and then RimWorld Biotech. I don't think that one's related to the Bible, but yes, reading tags is free. It'd be even better if, like, they can't remove them. Oh. The Bible app is free and works better than the Steam version. Is that a review, or is, like, that, like, a genuine, like, statement? So it's a Steam review? That's even better. But, you know, the tags are free, so... What I'm actually amazed by is that it's got 99 reviews, meaning not a small number of people have unironically purchased it. Also, although this review is pretty good, why took it 4,000 years to release on Steam? Game of the Year 2022, also. What are we talking about? So somebody put the Bible on Steam. That's what we're talking about. And the tags are kind of amazing. Obviously, sexual content, psychological horror, fantasy. But some of the Steam reviews are also pretty good. It has achievements? Holy shit. Hold on a second. Guys, I want to 100% the Bible. The Bible has a... Also, you could probably just get them by clicking through. As someone who is raised Christian and is agnostic these days, this is just way too fucking funny to me. Oy vey. Gotta get that. You gotta get that to complete your Steam collection, and then put it on a hard drive, Cosmic, and then take the hard drive and put it in a drawer next to your bed. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, so we've got pigtails that need to be processed. Let's actually play Dwarf Fortress, shall we? Oh. Man, I'm really tempted to buy the Bible on Steam just so I can 100% the Bible. Oh, God, and then refund it. You're gonna piss yourself if this keeps going. I'm glad that someone else finds this as funny as I do. Oh, man. I've probably offended somebody really badly in the YouTube VODs. There's this one person who ages ago stated that they love my Dwarf Fortress videos, but can't subscribe to me and can't support me in any way because I have dangerous takes on religion. I actually have very, very, very leveled, like, logical takes on religion because I've been exposed to so much of it in my life. I just like to joke because it's fun. Was there a trailer? There was, in fact, a trailer, I think. Yes, there is, in fact, a trailer. But I'm scared of what will happen if I click it. That's absolutely fine. You're allowed to disagree with my religious views. Hail Satan. Anyway, I don't disagree with yours. You honestly, like, when it comes to people who follow religions, it's like, if you get something positive out of it, fucking have fun. Like, I don't care. Go nuts. It's some of the most interesting human lore you'll ever find. But, I mean, as someone who's agnostic, I don't care. You do what you want to do. Currently, the only religion that I'm technically a member of is the Satanic Temple. But that's just because I gave them 20 bucks. Satan NATO? I would watch that movie. It's like, oh no, Satan caused a giant tornado to just, like, cut the world in half. Okay. It's a guy with horns flying around in a tornado. No, it's actually just like a JPEG of CEO of Activision Blizzard, Bobby Kotick, with the photoshopped horns on his head flying around in the tornado. You just like avoiding others because they don't believe in stuff like it. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm just too much of a pessimist to have faith in anything. Modern Satanists are pretty interesting. Shame you can't really research them because your religious OCD will kick your ass for that. Wait, what? As a modern Satanist, I'm mildly perplexed by this statement. Everybody with, like, a brain and who knows anything about the games industry hates Bobby Kotick. Well, it's like, that's a common take. Bobby Kotick sucks. All right, so cut that down. Knock that over. Break this. Build that. To their campaign against the Texan abortion laws convinced you. And they have awesome merch. Yeah, no, actually, like they if you're like me and like to go to metal shows, they do have some pretty good t-shirts. Now, I have the little card in my wallet that says that I gave them 20 bucks. And again, it was the same thing for me too. It was like, oh, they're going after Texas for trying to ban abortion? Fuck yeah. Let's go. You forgot about your soup and it is dead now? Oh no. Were we laughing too hard at the Bible? Satanists and metalheads are basically just the same thing. It's just people who are educated enough in religion to use religion as a way to combat the issues with religion. Like, religion has a lot of benefits for people. It's just kind of a fact. It does. Regardless of whether or not you take it as a fantasy that is beneficial just mentally or an actual higher being. It doesn't really matter what you get, what you believe in. What matters is what you get out of it as a person. And if you get something positive out of it, be that community, friends, people to confide in, family, a feeling of belonging, all of that shit's important, right? But it can also cause problems in society because of outdated values. Whereas Satanists are just like, okay, so we're educated in this shit, so how do we fight something? Okay, well, you find the thing that they hate most. Okay, now throw it at their face so that they notice. That's all it is. So the vast majority of modern Satanists don't actually sit here and unironically, like, say, Hail Satan. It's generally I mean, of course, there's niche groups that are a little bit weird, but you know that's like the same with everything. It's literally just like sitting there and stating, "We're here to combat your values on the same level by making a religion out of the thing that you don't like." That's all it is. So it's not like, you know, I want some weird goat critter with horns to rise out of the earth and smite the earth. No, because that's just silly. But I would really like conservative Christians to stop trying to ban abortion and shit. That's all it really is. Oh yeah, also, I mean, of course, I have a baby vial right here. I mean, how else do you think I stay alive, Civ? Jeez. Come on. You've never set a fire alarm off by cooking? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Smiting the earth? I mean, people have done that many times for years. When you were militarily anti-religious, but that chilled out when you grew up? Yeah, I see. Here's the other thing. I was raised religious, very religious, and then had about a 10-year period where I was semi-religious, and I'm just like, you know what? I literally get nothing positive out of it. Like, there's nothing that actually benefits me from it. The only outcome I get from it is negativity. Yeah, no, I mean, like, and here's the thing, right? Like, I think there are niche groups of Christianity that give the rest of, like, vast majority of Christians a bad rap, right? Like, the fucking televangelists and shit. It's just like, you know, one or two news channels can give all of journalism a bad rap just because, like, they're paid off or biased or bullshit, you know? Like, it's... There's something... Like, you just need one group of bad actors, really, to make everybody look bad. And it sucks. You don't really care what fucking god exists up there. I just want to see their manager. So you're a Karen of religion, Taiga? It's like, God, I don't know who you are, but I want to speak with your boss. You suck. You're bad at your job, man. You know, it was kind of funny. I showed my dad the band Ghost. Which, for those unfamiliar, are just like a pseudo-metal, sorta pop group, hard rock group, kinda, that sing about Satan. And my dad was listening to like this one song called Square Hammer, which is a fucking bop. And he looks at me and he goes, "Why do they hate Catholics? What did Catholics do to them?" He was just so confused. He's just like, I don't understand. Why do they hate Catholics so much? I'm like, you really don't get it, do you? It's fine. Spiritual Karenism? Please go found that religion. It's like, I don't care who your god is, but I want to speak with their boss and submit a formal complaint. every chat just forms a new religion because we all just want to go be Karens. God. They just really like Satan. No, totally. Yeah, Max. They just really like Satan. Also, like, when you write entire albums about Satan, it turns out people buy it. But... Anyway, now that I've offended 2/3 of chat, probably actually I don't think I've offended anybody today. I think we're doing pretty good. God, I'm still just cackling at that Bible on Steam. Or your job is in a pro-life company. Oh boy. You hope the Bible on Steam does well enough so it gets DLC? Wait, what are they going to do? Write more Bible? I'm very confused by this. When I was little, I had this thing called the Visual Bible, which was just like a series of comic strips that were Bible stories, or like bits of the Bible. Obviously, it wasn't the whole thing, but it was literally just like a series of comics. It was about that thick. It's pretty cool. Oh boy. Yeah, they've done that a couple times actually, I realize, but not recently. Maybe they could have like Old English DLC, where they just convert it to Old English. Tiny water pot. First off, your wife is a keeper, Wendigo. Second off, that's very funny. Your wife is trying to say something. Probably doesn't need to try to say something. Oh, man, that reminds me of the time that I got slapped in the face for buying my ex Honey Pop. And then she proceeded to get every single achievement in that game, and I was like, what are you even... Oh, my ex slapped me because I gifted her the game Honey Pop. Although she made me do all the puzzles, which was kind of funny. So I got to do all the puzzles in Honey Pop. So I basically 100% in that game. What kind of slap? Not a mean one. The main protagonist. I do love the female protagonist one. That is maybe my favorite tag on the Bible. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was very much a humorous slap. But eventually she'll get them for me, and she promises to get you the entire collection by the two guys who made... What? You know, I have all adult content on Steam disabled so I don't accidentally show it on the stream, and sometimes I'm happy I have it disabled, and then sometimes I'm like, I beg your fucking pardon to the point where I want to go Google it. Can I send you a link in... I could just link it in chat. Right there. The Bible. It has achievements. They look easy to get, because it seems like, from what I can tell, like, a large percentage of people have everything. I think you just need to open the book once. The fact that it has achievements is very, very funny to me. You kind of want to get it. I kind of want to get it, just so I can say that I 100% in the Bible. This is... Wow, that's actually like an on-topic quote. You might get it. Bible speedrun. Oy vey. Just click, 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 done. Oh no, reading Bible speedrun would take way longer. It needs mods so people can change the text. Imagine being able to read the Quran in the Bible. Someone can mod in Dante's Inferno. Eh. Modded Bible. Modded Bible is just every modern Bible, though. Like, let's be honest. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Oh. Just be a translation, though? Well, I mean, the Old English statement, yeah, I guess, technically, but it's still English. But there's plenty of games that are translated that are not well translated. But anyway, that ended up way funnier than it should be. I don't know why. There's something about just like putting a religious text on Steam that's just like, okay, Steam's peaked. To make Jesus fight back. Clearly you've never read the Bible. He literally just like says fuck off and comes back to life. Isn't that, like, who needs to fight back when you can just like reincarnate yourself and just like dunk on all those fools? You know, actually, I will say this. My favorite thing about my entire time in church was watching Jesus Christ Superstar on a like 80-inch flat screen TV with a really big stereo system. Which, by the way, to anybody here who hasn't seen that movie, it's the story of Jesus Christ, but it's a rock opera. And it like takes place in sort of modern day. It's a movie, and it has good music. One of the reviews, next chess is satanic degeneracy. Also, a lot of people complain that the chess is bought is bad. I mean, if you're gonna make a chess game, even if it's a porn chess game, you have to at least do the chess right. If the chess isn't good, what's the point? Okay, let's check in on my elephant. Yeah, that's what chat's been talking about it, Aurelius, for the last like 10 minutes. Obviously, I can't open it on my stream, but why? I don't know. The point where I turned off adult content on Steam was when I think it was called Cockhead showed up. Was it Cockhead? I think it was Cockhead. Anyway, a game like that showed up, and it was literally just like a Cuphead parody game, except dicks. And the second that showed up, I was like, well, I guess it's time to just, like, turn off adult content on Steam. Genital Jousting is actually a good video game, though. It's actually the whole point. Generally, yes. If satanic degeneracy is involved, it's generally the point. I love how slamming the bridge shut literally flung the beast's webs, and it slapped the dog. It has drama, scandals, murder, incest, and others. Like, the way I describe the Bible, it is an excellent example of fictional human lore. You guys remember how I said it sounded like someone's cell phone was ringing in a bathtub above me? It's happening again. They've got to just have, like hardwood floor up there, and someone just, like, leaves their phone on the ground, and then it rings. Because that's what it's like, bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. No, adult content literally means porn on Steam. Stop it. Christ. Probably. It's an annoying sound, regardless. It's mostly thirst traps for teenagers. Very much, yes. Like, it's not the kind of porn that's worth spending money on. And trust me, there is porn out there that's worth spending money on. But generally the stuff that shows up on Steam. What's the link? It's literally just called The Bible on Steam. So, like, it's not that hard to find. Working in a public library, like public service or whatever it's called, and then at the time of serious temptation to put the Bible in the fiction fantasy section because you didn't realize at first about the religious section being there. Oh. That's funny. And you think, why would someone even make that? Because someone might spend $150, because they might sell $150 worth of copies, and it only costs $100 to put a game on Steam. That's why.
Edgar says XVI trying to steal my #1 spot.
Literally, because I dared him. But thank you, H2O, for the $1.02. First bits of the day. Cheers, man. Actually, way too often, adult content tag is way too often swimsuits, and it's not that bad, though. Whack-a-mole games plus adult content are surprisingly fun.
My spot
sure.
now.
Thanks for the $2.03. Cheers. And the $1.02 curses. Turns out, the Bible jokes. Profitable. Who knew? Bit war? I don't know. Maybe. Little bit. Aqua, thanks for keeping that sub alive for a 23rd month. Welcome back. Choo-choo. The problem with making mega projects is a lot of making mega projects is just making the materials for the mega project, which is all that we're doing right now. So there's really not actually that much going on. We're just making these blocks and sending them over. If drinking industry played here, you happy? Armor, thanks for gifting us up. Cheers, man. I'm poor, have your 5 cents. Well, thank you for your 5 cents. We getting wild? Something like that. I feel like I screwed that up. Alright. What was I doing? Let's give more bedrooms armor stands, because I made a bunch of armor stands for bedrooms as well. 200 of them, in fact. I graciously accept the final biddies. Alright, well, apparently I have more green glass boxes up here. What's up, Infinity? How's things? Just making sure these are all assigned. Alright. There we go. Perfect. You'll probably mute the tab for focus. You do what you gotta do. We'll be on for another 9 hours at least. Maybe more. You're hearing jams? Yep. You're gonna get a burrer? Maybe you've had too many already if you're saying burrer. Best of luck, Sam. Song's such a I'm looking forward to this whole soundtrack. I mean, like, you know, it's funny. I have lots of annoyances with RimWorld these days, but one of the things I still like about RimWorld is the music. My only hope about Dwarf Fortress is that it ends up being the same level of the thing that I like. Yeah, it truly does just go really hard for no reason. And I have a feeling there's going to be a couple of those in the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. It's like, oh, this goes really hard for some reason. Aqua, thank you very much for gifting us up to Seb while they're off getting a beer. Still never played RimWorld? You should listen to the soundtrack. It's great. Literally the best part of that video game. Also, hey Ronald, hope you're doing well. Working on mittens. At least some clothing is getting done still. It's Danish. I really like that the gifted subs sometimes just outs where you're from. People just like responds in German. And you'd be like, you're playing RimWorld, what are you doing? And they'd be like, playing better RimWorld. Following the grudge banter was a point of enjoyment for us? What, just that you play Dwarf Fortress and you refer to it as better RimWorld? The question is that person going to play Dwarf Fortress when Dwarf Fortress releases? That's the important question. Putting more chairs and tables in my library. Let's also put some armor stands in here. You don't actually bug them about it. It's fun to bug friends about things. As long as it's all in good fun. Brown ale. Ooh. Let's go there, there, and there. Happy waiting for the release? To a degree. I try not to be elitist. It just happens sometimes without me realizing it. Sometimes I think it's just kind of in my nature, but yeah, I agree. Being elitist about just about anything seems kind of silly. Seems like it's something that we should just try and avoid as people. Which is also one of the reasons that, like, I'm less focused on ASCII than some people. It's like, I love ASCII just as much as, like, anybody. Like, ASCII's fantastic, but I think that there are some people that find that to be a little gatekeepy. Let's go over here. What are we at? 94. Wow, I've got some of these left. Ridiculous. We changed that emote to Plotland. Just an FYI. Diamond. At least one of your friends is going to be playing and streaming DF for the first time, and you talked to him. He thought it was really cool. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, no, I hope that the community grows significantly. I think it'll be an interesting couple of weeks. And hopefully Zach and Tarn get a solid $2 million for Christmas. I think that would be that would be like my favorite thing to see come out of all this. It's just Zach and Tarn being like, yeah, so we made $1 million. I mean, they've worked on the game for, decades. Like, they deserve that and more, as far as I'm concerned. Apparently I didn't actually finish all of these bedrooms, so let's finish this now. All right, chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. We got 3 sub gifts and $4.59 in bits, which means Bop's had to go. Newcastle Browno. Gotcha. You're getting 3 copies. 1 for you and 2 to gift. I'm getting a copy for both my sisters. Or 1 copy for each of my sisters. Oh, also, for those of you who somehow haven't done it yet, wishlist Dwarf Fortress, because we're currently the 16th most wishlisted game on Steam. We moved up from the 17th up to the 16th. Depends. I mean, like, here's the thing. Actually, I don't know, because the game's getting a lot of changes in Premium. I don't think they're just annoying. I do think they can be worth playing. I think that fully resurrecting biomes are a bit annoying. You're getting 5 copies and 1 premium copy.
Finally, I can see how much it takes to take number 1.
You ass. And I was just like, yes, it is my time. Number 1. This guy. Waits for train to end, takes first spot. You've been plotting all along. But well done, Animal. Congrats on taking number 1. Did I actually make that? Okay, so this is my Glassmakers Guild. It's all finicky, just to different degrees with evil and resurrecting so far as, yeah, pretty much. I don't know what it's going to be like in Premium, but in the current game, like, my main issue with resurrecting biomes is in the caverns, you can get just, like, if you get one undead Crundle, one undead Crundle can kill a living Crundle, right? And it's going to kill the living Crundle, and then multiple undead Crundles are going to come out of that. And so you'll just get, like, this slowly ever-growing infinite pile of Crundles in the basement, which just start to weigh down on your frame rate when there's 300 of them. And that's it. And it's I don't know. Not a fan. Sounds like a podling from Dark Crystal. I used to have a viewer in my chat who would refer to her podlings all the time, which were her kids. Didn't realize that was a thing from Dark Crystal. You had a mayor who kept demanding that you make socks, and he eventually died, and you entombed him with all of his socks, made a giant sock on the floor out of gold. The Emperor of Socks. We've all had one. At least once. Or a Dwarven Flamethrower? I mean, Dwarven Flamethrowers exist. It's called lava. Like, the resurrecting biomes, like, aren't unplayable or anything. I just find them a bit tedious. And that, I think, is, like, the biggest issue with resurrecting biomes, is that they're just kind of tedious. But who knows what they'll be like in Premium. Currently, I find the biomes that are the most fun are Untamed Wilds. Like, if you want, like, a hard game, like, if you want to play Dwarf Fortress in a way that is hard, Untamed Wilds, close to towers. You get zombies walking in, so you get the same difficulty level of evil biomes, but you don't have to deal with the tedium of constantly, like, having to kill, like, the cows that you slaughter twice. So that to me is kind of the happy medium, where it's like, can there be lava immune undead? No. No, once something is undead, it is not lava immune. Except for maybe demons, but I'm not actually sure if demons can come back as undead. I don't think they can. I know Forgotten Beasts can, which is kind of horrifying. Yeah, I've had undead Forgotten Beasts. Can you get undead magma crabs? Yes. Although 10 when magma crabs die, they tend to just like sink in the lava and off the map, and then they don't come back. But yes, I've had undead magma crabs. Undead forgotten beast made out of steam. See, that wouldn't be possible because in order to kill a forgotten beast made out of steam, it would lose its body and it would lose all of its integrity. So, no. But you could have like an undead forgotten beast that was a fleshy thing. I've never seen it, but I'd assume that it could be. I've had ones out of rock come back as undead. So, there is that. Can I just say, Warzone 2.0 just dropped, right? Just came out, just released. 125 gigabytes is too big for a video game. Can we just, like, stop caring about graphics as a society so that we can make games smaller than that big? Oh, I also don't care. Trust me, I also don't care, but that's too big, that's too much. God, I got so many questions. I'm above 250 now. Especially if probably over 300 if I include the multi-parters. Does it also come with a day one patch that's bigger than the full game? I haven't downloaded it, so I don't know. It does have mixed reviews, though. Oh, gosh. Are so many gigabytes. You know, I think it was Doom 2016 where I was like, this is about as big as games can get that I'm willing to download. And I want to say that game was like 70 gigs. How big was Doom 2016? Yeah, no, it was 60 gigs, 55 gigs. And I remember thinking to myself, like, this game's way too big. I mean, couldn't they have just made it 1 gigabyte bigger? Taxi? Like, that's just debating everybody. Yeah, nice, etc., etc., exactly. Thought it was usually unprocessed, raw visual sound files that cause that bloat, and the studios don't care about bloat. I think stating that studios don't care about bloat is very wrong, but... No, usually it's 4K assets. Get out with your pixel perfect realistic games? Yes. Anyways, we're working on the innards of this pyramid. Now that my gut has finally stopped laughing at the Bible. And I'm finally starting to come to and come back down to reality. You like games with style? Yeah, that's why I like Dwarf Fortress. It has a style. It's an acquired taste, but it's still a style. How many HD Minecraft texture packs? It takes a bazillion times. Wait, how so? I mean, I've seen so many texture packs for Minecraft, and all of them just look bad to me. Except for, like, the ones that make water look better. I like the ones that make water look better and just leave everything else exactly the same. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you like them. When to go? I'm gonna think about the Steam Bible this night, trying to sleep, but you'll be too busy laughing. You know, I was thinking about it when I like while we were giggling about it, and I've kind of come to terms with the fact that I kind of want to buy it just as a meme thing, like just to stream once as a joke. But I don't want to spend $10 on it. And I'm sitting here thinking, it's like, man, if that goes on sale for $2, you bet your ass I'm 100%ing the Bible. That is it. If that thing goes on sale for like $2, I will 100% the Bible. But it needs to be like a 90% off sale for me to buy it. Or probably gonna be meme gifts. Yeah, I mean, like, not to like call people on Steam not that religious or something, but I feel like people who are actively participating in Christianity are not likely to purchase it because they probably already own a Bible, and people that are just stumbling on it on Steam and buying it are gonna be buying it because lol, not because they're actually buying a Bible. It's 11 Canadian dollars. Koku. With the 33% discount. 17 normally. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic's a gorgeous looking game. It's not even that good. Yeah, it doesn't even look like a particularly good port of the Bible. It's just funny that it's just called the Bible. Not like the Bible certain version. It's just the Bible. I just want to get it so that I can 100% it and tell people that I've 100%ed the Bible. Although I can already think of a few people that I would meme gift it to, so maybe I'll meme gift it to somebody. Also, chat, I just learned something from a PR email. So, you know how Dwarf Fortress is the 17th most wishlisted, or 16th most wishlisted game on Steam, right? 16th most wishlisted game on Steam, right? Coming out December 6th. The last time we heard numbers of Dwarf Fortress wishlists was from a French interview that Tanya did sometime in 2021. Hey, Accident, how are you? At some point no, it was back in, actually, I think it was back in 2020. Anyway, she said that Dwarf Fortress had 700,000 wish lists. From a PR email I just received, I learned that this game has, in quotes, significantly over 1 million wish lists. So if this has over 1 million wish lists, Dwarf Fortress has over 1 million wish lists. Cool. That's neat. I kind of figured, but it's nice. It's nice to know that for the different. Oh, hey, look, a Vile Force of Darkness. Hey, right, how cute. You're here to fight with us. Anyway, a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. They appear to be goblins. Let's pull that lever. A Vile Force of Darkness. And also, we're going to pull the gold door. Just let everything else just keep playing as normal for right now. I've been thinking about adding ballistas to this, but I don't have any materials that I can functionally make into ballista arrows, because I don't have iron. I'd need to make it out of goblinite. We'll get them this time. They'll try. All right, Walrus, I would like to thank you for volunteering to be locked in this room. You're now not allowed to leave this room until the siege is over, or until you start to starve to death. When you start to starve to death, we will release you from this room. All right, now that that's done. You know what? I'm gonna leave this area in this burrow so they can finish building. And get the rest of the dwarves inside. All right, let's see how big the siege is. Seems to be a lot of goblin swordsmen. They're way up in the top corner of the map, too, so it's going to take them a while to get down here. I wonder what percentage of the bot DF copies will actually be played. That's a good question. But, like, I mean, I wonder that about all games, not just Dwarf Fortress. I just wondered about that. Oh, no, Akia stole a steel pick, you fucking thief. For glory and stone! Yes. For Narnia! As they say. I hope that they don't get... I need to, like, cover my elephants in pyramids, too, because, like, they can super duper just fucking climb this shit. So 2012? Was that... That movie didn't come out. When did the first Narnia movie come out? What the fuck? That's not 2012. That was way before then. The Chronicles of Narnia. That was 2005. There you go. Although apparently the fourth one came out in something. Oh, it never released. So the first one came out in 2005. Then they put out Prince Caspian in 2008. That movie was 2 hours and 40 minutes long. What the fuck? And then they put out Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader in 2010. And then they tried to make a fourth one, and it never released. I remember loving those books when I was little, though. Great children's fantasy novels. I remember that first movie being absolutely fine. I don't remember it being good. I don't think I ever saw the second one. My mayor has mandated construction of doors. Okay. Rock door. Hello there. How are you, Cost Lord? I feel like that's how everybody went, and then the third one made no money, and then they canceled the fourth one. But yeah, no, it's just Fanadia, run for the attack, or whatever. Anyway, this dwarf is gonna go make us a artifact, Dastot, who is withdrawn from society. Why do they always do it right during sieges? It's like, this is the worst possible time you could possibly think to do that. Outside of a fortress, inside of a guild hall, and this caused the fortress to randomize its layout. Oh no! Must have been a legendary fortress. The Fortress of Shifting Walls. And you've claimed a mason's workshop. All right. All right. Trolls and lashers and beak dogs have shown up. I love how some of them just have like a single name like M, and then some of them have like full names. It's time to make some artifacts. Oh, guys, look. Goblins outside. Now I suddenly have inspiration to make my artifact with an image of a siege on it. It's exactly what I needed. This is a reference image. Strange mood dwarf in a tree. Cannot path out. Gravity does not take effect when okay, that's also pretty good. Dwarf's just like levitating due to strange mood. That's fantastic. I love it. So actually what you'd have to do is like build up to you'd have to build up to the dwarf. Oh, man. God. Something. Bible game of the year. What? Certainly the most entertained I've been by a Steam release in the last month. Actually, it's the most entertained I've been by a Steam release that I haven't purchased or been given key for in the past month. The Bible. Goblins are a tad sluggish. The game's a tad sluggish. This map's really laggy because it's 8x8 map. It's a very large map. So because of that, it's quite laggy. Bible playthrough win? Probably never. But it does look really easy to 100%, Haas. So if you want to go 100% the Bible, could go 100% the Bible. The hentai tag really is like chef's kiss. They are, though. They are hilarious. Honestly, that's the best laugh I've had in years. Maybe. Speedrun spirituality 100%. Speedrun religion. BRB, gotta go slaughter an entire continent because they don't believe in my religion. God. Hobbity bobbity. I think that's just Crusader Kings, isn't it? Like, there's already a game for that. Man, my dwarves are still running in. Get in there, Zen. Zenang? Zenang? That's a weird name. Yeah, what Sim said. Has Haas been drinking again? Has Haas stopped drinking? Also, yes, that is more grammatically correct, Tygo. You used to repent your sins by going on the crusades and killing people until your Katie was high enough that they let you come back. It's going to be a good map on, oh, what's it called? A good map on Mordhau. An animal has grown to become a stray cat. I hope it was a kitten beforehand, otherwise that's slightly concerning. You're going to do an adventure mode challenge to keep yourself busy until Steam release comes out. You're going to generate a pocket world and eliminate big evil forces in that world over a bigger nation, not even a smaller one with an adventure. If you manages to do it, you'll do it on a small world next. But the rule is if you do it on a small world, you have to be playing It's a Small World the entire time. I love how fast pocket worlds generate. It's also the only size of world that I can get to 2020 plus years in a reasonable amount of time. I'm not an alcoholic, I'm just an alcohol enjoyer. I am also an alcohol enjoyer. I was listening back to my VOD from last night, and I reheard the quote of, man, this beer that I bought just tastes better the more I drink it. It's like, welcome to alcohol. At least they finally made it to the burned up area. Small World ride when you were a kid at Disney and your mom was like, nah, that shit is boring, and you went on some other ass ride and never got around to it. My parents are massive fans of It's a Small World. Like, my parents are the audience for It's a Small World. So every time I went to Disneyland, which was twice, well, actually, no, I've been 3 times, but the times that I went with my parents was twice. My mom always wanted to go on It's a Small World. So to me, it's like, oh, it just reminds me of, like, you know, family events, and it was enjoyable. I don't find that song to be particularly annoying, and I don't hate it as much as most people do, and I don't really find it creepy either. That is a noted fact, actually. So there was a bug in the current game, Max, where people who write books would re-reference all of history repeatedly to check for facts instead of just the facts that they know, so they can write more books. And this was a fixable issue. It was discovered by Putnam, who's a community member, and Tarn wrote a blog post about it, gosh, a couple months ago. Essentially, speeding up World Gen times by, like... Okay, so the difference is 1,000 years on a large world took about 4 hours to 8 hours to generate on Zach's laptop. After this change, a large, long history world took about 20 minutes. So, essentially, it's just like... It's completely fixed. Yeah, no, they don't need to triple peer review anymore. Now it's just now it's just like a once-over check of your history. Also, only their own personal history, not even like the entire world's history. So, yeah, essentially, World Gen went from taking hours to taking minutes, which is really cool. You can generate like a medium-sized world in a couple minutes, which actually leads me to wonder, are we going to see a lot more large worlds? But who knows? Oh no, a cat gave birth to kittens. It's terrible. All right. Air was kind of a mess. Oh no, a statue was toppled by a troll. Whatever shall we do? That's... All right. Getting thirsty. Fortunately, there ain't much I can do about that. Let's go over here and pull the pull lever, not the do not pull lever. The do not pull lever is a do not pull lever. If you pull the do not pull lever, it releases a forgotten beast in my basement. This lever, on the other hand, turns on the lava towers. So we're going to pull this. So these are going to suddenly be turned on. These lava towers. If it's not set to active, the dwarves will not pray there. So no. It does not, in fact, count as a temple. Okay, so Rari's going to go pull the lever. I do not know the answer to that question, Hammond. Did you pull the lever? Yes. Oh, I see. It's just taking you a while to walk through this crowd of dwarves in here. That's fair. I feel like I would just make a zone and then remove the zone afterwards and just be simple about it. There we go. So these now fill. You can see the tower is filling. We can go down here and just pull this. Let's burn some trolls so we don't have to fight them. Go pull that lever, Dwarf. Go pull that lever. There we go. Perfect. And the initial whoosh go. There it goes. It's actually kind of rad to just see that go off. Not gonna lie. All right, let's pause. And let's pull this lever again. These goblins up here are gonna go away pretty quick. So that's a good no— wow, shout out to this goblin that just like actually jumped away from that. Dang. Sounds like a pull. Yeah, no, it kind of is. I mean, it's just what I use to, God, they actually get pushed off by lava. That's brutal. Look at that. That is such a cool fucking trap, man. But the top's now sealed, so now we let them walk again. Although fuck it. Let's be a little silly here. Let's pull the green door. So any of these guys here should go oopsie daisy. Come on. There we go. Oh, that's too awesome. Did any of them land anywhere up here? Hope not. I don't see any. All right, that's good. Seems fine. Perfect. A mating pair of dragons? I have not. No. Unfortunately. I've only ever had individual dragons. Well, that's pretty fucking spectacular. Let's put the green door back down. Damn. A lot of them are burning down here. Although, I'll be honest, I haven't tried too hard to capture a mating pair of dragons. I feel like that's something that if I just like set that as a goal for a fort, I probably could do it. I would generate a world that has a very large number of dragons spawned in advanced world gen and do it that way. Which, that's something I'll probably do once premium comes out. That seems like a fun thing to do. Just go out of my way to just get as many dragons in a world as possible. Where are they going? And some of them appear to be climbing up the... Up this way? Where are you going? Oh, they might be going down into the caverns, actually. That or they're chasing some critter. This shouldn't take too long to dry off, lava-wise. Yeah, they're just kind of going off in random directions. The goblins found out about the Steam release, destroy the witnesses. Oh, definitely. Yeah, so I just straight up have this right here. And that is just a way into the caverns, and I think that's where they're going. You know what? I'm going to pause for a sec. I got to go use the restroom. I will be right back. If I could get a round of beers while I'm gone, that'd be rad. Back in a sec. All right, we return. Let's let this lava dry up, and then we can do that again. This might actually be one of my favorite traps I've made, and I feel like I say that about almost every single one of them. This one is just super cool. All right, so the lava's still pumping. Are they heading underground? Where are they going? They could be going somewhere random to topple something. I don't exactly know. I don't think they have a way into the fort. They probably don't. But, you know, it's best to keep an eye on them. I'm presuming that they're just heading for some poor cavies or something. The lava fountains are the best part. Yeah, they're just such over-designed, overkill, ridiculous bits of machinery, you know? I mean, the Steam logo is pretty good, too. Especially when it's covered in goblins. The goblins are actually just mad that they're not playable characters yet. Outside of adventure mode, anyway. It's like, that was our only way to be played in the game. How is this game going to get any players without us? All right, so, you know, let's try and get them pathing back over here. I'm going to pull the gold door lever, bring down the center bridges. Dwarf pulls the lever, and thunk. And let's see if this starts the army pathing back. Yes. Okay, so they've all started, like, pathing in the... okay. Guess we'll have to pay attention. But I want them to start pathing in again. Like, you know, this guy right here. This goblin maceman. It's not hard to mod. Is there mods? Yes, multiple. Oh. Now we sit here and we wait. We see if they come back. Seem to be... These guys seem to be heading over slowly. These goblins appear to be walking away. Some of them appear to be walking away. Some of them appear to be coming back. The beak dogs seem to be coming back. Cool. We will simply leave the gold bridge down, and I'm just going to try and these guys flying. Let's pull the gold door. Follow this goblin. See what happened. See what happened. See if we get him. Come on. Gotta pull the lever, Dwarf. Gotta pull the lever. The lever. The lever. Oh. He made it past. Oh, no. Hey! Got him. Perfect. All right, well. We're gonna let you in. We're gonna let you in. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Anybody make it up? Nobody made it up? Excellent. Your 150 population fortress just died fighting a web-throwing Dimetrodon? Oh, no. Well, that's concerning. I'm so sorry for your loss. Unfortunately, it happens to the best of us. What was it made out of, if I can ask Cooperflut? Oh. All right. We just need this lava to finish drying up. At some point, I'm going to have to drain this pit because there is so much gear down here that we can use. So at some point, we do need to drain this pit. The problem is it takes like a year to refill. And I'm not actually exaggerating when I say it takes like a year to refill. Scaly? Ooh. It's like a reptilian Dimetrodon. The gear survives the lava. Iron and steel does. So basically like the super valuable ones. Everything else more or less just melts. I mean, like, look at this big old pile of leggings right here as an example. I mean, I can drain it all out in a couple seconds, or in a couple minutes. I can drain it in a couple minutes. The problem is filling it. I just need to pull one lever which closes all these drawbridges, and then it all just drains off the map, like, in minutes. Draining it isn't the issue. The issue is refilling it. So, the way I fill it is lava comes in from here, and up above, and it flows in, and it will not fill the entire thing because the lava disperses too quickly. So what I do is I have these drawbridges, and I lift this row of drawbridges up, and it fills up this in about an hour, and then it fills the second one when I lower the first one, and then it fills the other two. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't do that with the walkable area. That would just make obsidian walls everywhere. It wouldn't actually remove the lava, so that would be a bit redundant. It would just block everything up with obsidian. What I've been looking at and thinking about ways of doing is putting in glass grates along it so that it drains through, but I also don't know how wise that is. Because the baddies can also topple grates. Oh, absolutely, yeah, and it fills the entire wall. It becomes a, like, full-size pile. Or a full-size block, rather. But yeah, I don't know. Where did the piles of critters go off to? You can be unforbidden, you can be unforbidden. We do have dwarves running around in here, so. Yeah, I guess we just wait. It's almost done. The thing is, like, the trolls have a habit of, like, running ahead of everything else, right? So because they do that... Oh, they're chasing that king snake. It's literally what they're doing. They're going after that king snake. The entire army's like, there's a snake there, guys. Go kill it. But I wanted to deal with the trolls first. The problem is you can't make an entire area out of grates. Yeah, I couldn't make the entire thing out of grates because grates don't support like floors do, so stuff will collapse on the outside. So I could make like a checkerboard pattern with grates in it, but the trolls could topple it, so I'd have to reconstruct them. Which I might experiment with, but I also don't want it to disappear too fast because I want the lava to bubble over and kill everything. So I could use grates. Grates are an option, and I'll probably test that next. I mean, like, this design isn't permanent, and it's, like, you know, it's a work in progress, shall we say. But, yeah, I could go, like, across the middle of these sides and, like, put in stuff. You've been too busy to unmute it? What's going on, Gleno? I'm getting, like, 40... I got, like, 40 new questions in an hour. So that happened. It went from like, yeah, it went from 210 this morning to 230. 230 questions. Yep. But how's things, Cleno? How's your day been? I'm assuming you've been busy with Dwarfy-related things? Unless it's been work, in which case then, you know, actual job. I mean, like, who in the world has an actual job? I mean, come on. What even is that? Actual job. I'm excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be fun. Tekked's confirmed. So, also, I discovered something kind of interesting. I'm gonna pause the game for a second. So, you know how like the only actual confirmation of how many wish lists Dwarf Fortress has is from Tanya? I just received a PR email for this game. Nobody, the turnaround, which I don't even know what this is, but I just received a PR email for this game stating that they have significantly over 1 million wish lists. Meaning Dwarf Fortress has over 1 million wish lists. Which I kind of figured. But, like, the only officially confirmed thing that I had in that area was Dwarf Fortress at 700,000 something. PR might be BS. I doubt it. They don't generally lie about things like that. The significantly above part might be BS, but considering Dwarf Fortress has been on Steam for such a long time, and 2 years ago they had 700,000, it's not that ridiculous to assume that those numbers are accurate. You don't internet at all when you're doing your actual job? Oh, no. Okay. I have a feeling exactly the same as normal Zach and Tarn. You know, like, talking to them in person and getting the opportunity to meet with them a couple of times, I very much feel like they will be more stable Zach and Tarn, and that is what you want. True. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want my PR company lying about something like that. So, and also it's a trustworthy company. Like the people that sent me an email are like people that I've worked with for keys for years and are are legitimate. One of the best in the biz, even. Everybody works with them. So. All right, looks like they killed that king snake. Maybe they'll come back over now. Top hat and walking stick. I don't know. Maybe Tarn will buy a different sweater. Instead of just the one that he wears all the time everywhere. Honestly, I hope that we hear something like, oh, you know, Zach bought a house and Tarn bought a house and Zach has a new car that, like, isn't going to break down and have to be replaced constantly. And that's about it. They do not seem like the types of people who would become crazy rich eccentrics. Onyx, hello. How are you? My entrance is so cool. It's pretty hot, actually. That jam. Considering there's, you know, steam all over the top of it. I mean, that's good to hear. By the way, Onyx, your dwarf in this fort got a promotion. So you are no longer just a dwarf. Where are you? I'm looking for you here. You are a holy diamond of your religion, which is the Jade Creed. Do I get access to premium version early? I fucking hope so. I don't have it yet, if that's what you're asking. I don't know when I'll get it. It hasn't been made clear when I'll get it at all. So, like, I asked them, I'm like, so when are you gonna send me Steam keys? And their response basically were like, later. So I don't know when. I would love to see me stream it too. I will be on the Kit Fox stream tomorrow, though. Not playing myself, but I will be sitting in a voice call with Alexandra while she plays and going, "Hey, can you look at the options menu, please? Yes, and can you open up the military screen and stare at that for a while? Thank you," and stuff like that. So you know, I doubt it. I would be shocked if that happened tomorrow, Diamond. Just met some friends and you went out to eat? Hell yeah. Sounds like what I did all weekend. You have 2 pinned post slots on the subreddit, and the questions threads are scared. So effectively, questions threads are scared of what? Play on our stream while we talk? Nah, that's not what's gonna happen. Sorry to disappoint, but no, they're not gonna let me drive. What kind of food did you get, Onyx? You've been dying to see the minecart UI. Hope that. Oh damn! Actually, yeah, that's something I should push it to do. We should try and make a minecart rail. Actually, I'll just like whip out the wiki and see if we can like get some minecarts working. Oh, sacred. Sorry, I was laughing at the Bible too hard today to like remember the word sacred exists. In my apology, in my defense, they have the same letters, okay? Just in a slightly different order. It's not like it completely changes the meaning or anything. Come on. They have access, so they theoretically should start heading down again, which they are. Oh. What is it with crossovers getting absolutely bonkers? There's a RuneScape crossover with Smite. What? That's weird. Can we get Shovel Knight and Dwarf Fort? Trying to think of like dumb crossovers I'd want to see with Dwarf Fort. Shovel Knight makes sense. Sacred. Okay, so since the questions thread are sacred, boy, you must have a lot of like either verbal agreements or NDAs that you've signed. If only shovels were available in DF as weapons. Absolutely. Minecraft Steve runs around building. He just like breaks down he just like starts breaking your walls. It's like, stop! Actually, that's a mod that someone should make. It's a very small chance that Steve shows up and just like starts breaking shit. I'd be down. Or it's like a Forgotten Beast thing, except instead of attacking you, he just like starts digging. He just really wants to just goes to the edge of your map and starts burrowing. Digging down. Starves to death. Shows up at the top again. Starts digging again. Undertale and DF. Fair enough. I just want Urist and Smash. Like, truthfully. I just want Urist and Smash. Or like a Dwarf Fortress reference in Smash Brothers. I acknowledge that that probably will never happen, but my god, it would be. Padinsky! Thanks for the month. 15th month. Beers, please.
Crypt Bear.
How you been, Ming? You went for a late night dinner. Is your dwarf dead yet? Nope. I'm still waiting for these idiots to get back down and continue sieging us. How's it going? It's going. Still here. Still streaming. Doing the thing. Doing the stuff. I survived Las Vegas. Didn't die. Tomorrow's going to be exciting. An hour and 49 minutes ago, so in, I guess, 22 hours, I will be on the Kit Fox stream tomorrow. And then after the Kit Fox stream, I will be turning my stream on immediately. and then streaming a little bit of Long Death. And then at 3 p.m. Pacific, Tarn's going to join me, and so's Tekid, and we are going to talk with him about dwarfy things for like an hour and a half. So tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Marmot, this is not, or Mongoose, this is not a safe place for you. You should leave. Yeah, no, and we have to ask him about thumbs, because I discovered today that Dwarf Fortress, dwarves don't have thumbs. They have 5 fingers. 5 nondescript fingers. Which, upon further examination... Can you guys hear that? There's no way in hell you guys can't hear that. Fucking drill. Anyway, Charge, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. It's like somebody put a vibrator in the walls. That's what this sounds like. I hate it. It's definitely a drill. It's absolutely a drill. That or somebody's taking like one of those giant like jerk-off wands and is just like holding it on the ground. One of the two. And it's like, can you please stop? My hearing is too good? No, it's really loud in here. This microphone's just good at not picking up sounds that aren't my voice. You're probably excessive about the secretary's Tarn's going to do a Reddit AMA and people are going to call for volunteers, and I heard a rumor DF is going to I heard a relief. It's all getting a little crunched together. Sure. Okay. Sorry, I can't hear anything. My fine double drill hands are working in the mountain. Yeah, it's like... Brrr. You can hear it, but my ambient plus my voice is overpowering. I mean, it's like directly above me. It sounds like they're like hanging up picture frames or something. But they've done this a couple of times to the point where it's like... That could also just be like someone's just riding a full-size, like, rideable dildo machine. But, you know. Anyway, George, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Enjoy the Dwarfy emotes and, you know, ad-free viewing. Hang a picture frame on the floor. I know, right? It's like, it makes no sense. It's like, I don't understand. Because it's the floor. It's right above me. And that's where their bedroom is. Based on the apartment layout. But it sounds like someone just like left a vibrator in a sink. Like it is the worst sound ever. I'm pretty sure it's like a husband and wife and 2 little kids up there. So that would be mighty strange. But, you know, I mean, hey, she's at least being quiet if that's the case. Aside from the bzzz. It's better than the time that I'm pretty sure they had like marbles or something, because I heard like a and then like a rolling sound. Better at stores or something, and the engine is just buzzing. There are some toys for sure. I mean, yeah, it could also just be like a weird vibrating kid's toy, right? Like it could just be like, I don't know, like a wind-up toy that just goes brrrr or something. Could just be kids fucking around. Hey kids, shut up. I'm streaming on Twitch. God. I should ask them. I can't. The floor's locked. I can't get up there. Otherwise, I would literally go, like, put a noise complaint on their window. Although I would have done that ages ago. Because, what's the word? I would have done that ages ago because, they play movies really loud in the evenings when I'm trying to sleep at, like, 10 o'clock. All right, the trolls are finally arriving. Let's actually release these 2 dwarves. And send the military over here, and the other half of the military there. set pull red door to do it now, so that we send a new dwarf down here to go hit the red door. Small kids, marbles, big. I mean, username checks out. I don't know. Nothing will be as bad as about 2016, I think it was. I mean, always. So, is back in like 2016 or something, I had a neighbors who lived right there behind this wall that once were playing music so loudly my light fixture fell off of the ceiling during a stream, to the point where it's the only time in my entire time I've ever lived in this building where I phoned my landlord's emergency line to complain. I was literally just like called the emergency. I'm like, I work from home, trying to work, and their music is so loud a light fixture just fell off of my ceiling. And she was like, what unit is it? And I told her what unit it was, and she goes, oh, I also manage that unit. Hold on a second. And the music shut off like that. Like, literally, she just phoned them and told them to shut the fuck up. They moved out shortly after. All right, so they come around the corner and splop. And there goes the other one. The troll seems to have just been knocked unconscious after the militia captain bashed the troll in the head with his bronze warhammer. Yeah, that'd do it. Literally bashed him in the head, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain, tearing the brain. Good for that. The swordmaster slaps the troll in the head with the flat of his sword, and the injured part explodes. So one of them got his skull jammed through his head, and then the other one just got wind splat. Or some more trolls are coming. I have a bunch of trolls to kill. All right, did they cancel the lever pull? No, they didn't. I have to wait for a different dwarf to get down here. You wish that your landlord did shit? You had to get the government involved and they still haven't done shit? My first landlord was like that, Stone. But this landlord is a unit manager for a private owner. So it's not like a big company, which is, from my experience, how you actually get decent service as a tenant. Is you need to be in a private owner unit. If you're in a private owner unit, I find that I've always gotten really good service. But when I lived in a building that was just owned by a large company, it was a fucking nightmare. Okay, your apartment block is really quiet and you used to live somewhere with noisy students next door? Yeah, no, this apartment block is usually really quiet. I mean, there will be the occasional weird noises like this, but generally it's fine. What did I do? What's super cool about the wish list? Can't remember if you commented, but you were clipping it. Oh, well, I mean, if a game that is 2 games down on the wish list, like if the 18th most wishlisted game on Steam has over 1 million wish lists, then Dwarf Fortress has to have over 1 million wish lists. There's like no questions there. Okay, let's hope that none of my dwarves fall into the lava. They collide with the... Something went over the edge. I think it was just a head or a body part. I don't think it was any of my dwarves. This troll's back here just having a panic attack. I would too if I just watched all my friends get ripped apart. You only got a major who smokes pot every weekend and it stinks up shit because you still live above him. You wouldn't mind if you just used... It was just the devil's lettuce mixed with an olive. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, like, I mean, I technically smoke in my apartment, but I vape, right? So it gives off no scent, and I open the window when I do it. Like, literally, I can dry herb vape right next to somebody and ask them if they smell anything, and they say no. Like, it gives off, like, no scent. All right, so let's just set them to kill this guy. Few more coming around the corner. Here come the last of them. Sweet. I mean, I say last of them. There's actually quite a few of them. But here come the rest of them. We killed a bunch, and here come the rest. Whole squad piles around the corner and cuts more. Those beak dogs are just like, ah, this is terrible. It's the cigar-like level of tobacco that you really dislike. Yeah, I understand that. How do you tell them to put bins or barrels in a stockpile? Hold shift and C or V to fill or empty the bins, or you can be specific on the number you want with C and V. They will simply put the bin in the nearest stockpile that allows bins, and you have to make bins. And then there's also a set of hotkeys for barrels. So barrels are E and R, or capital E and R. No problem, Net Jam. I think we'll wait until these beak dogs are slaughtered. And that squad of dudes up there is around this tower, and then we'll just slam the door and burn them all. So we will let our soldiers fight these beak dogs as they come up and around the corner, and then we'll turn the towers on. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily investigative journalism, but it's certainly I got a PR email saying that a game that is lower on the overall wish lists has actually. I'm kind of curious about something. How many Nobody the Turnaround. How many followers does Nobody the Turnaround have on Steam? Oh, interesting. Nobody the Turnaround has about the same number of followers as Dwarf Fortress 2. It has 118,000 followers on Steam, and it's the 19th most wishlisted game. Whereas Dwarf Fortress has 118,000 followers, actually. Just hit 118,000, like today. So that's interesting. But it got a huge influx of followers really quickly. No, I didn't. Do you have a link to it? Also, hey, Pablo. How are you? Hold on a second. That is one hell of a headline. Unexpected nudity and vomit-covered cats. How Dwarf Fortress tells some of the gaming's most bizarre stories. It sounds like they've never played it, but interesting. Is it a good article? I obviously haven't had the chance to read it. I'll look at it later. That's kind of a major outlet to get an article about Dwarf Fortress. But I would say that all of those things are actually very expected if you've played the game. Okay, so there's one more big crowd kind of like right there. I think we'll wait for them. Those beak dogs ain't gonna stand a chance. Always with the bloody cats. Yeah, it really is. It's always the goddamn cats. It's like, cats? Why is it always cats? We didn't even eat cats. You were in a long grocery line about a month ago, and the guy right in front of you was taking sneaky puffs off of a THC vape, and I got the tiniest wisp of the scent, and if I'd never used honey oil yourself, you'd never have identified it. Oh, I can identify a THC vape quickly. But I would say that my dry herb vape doesn't even smell like that. My dry herb vape has like almost no scent. Unless I like blow a cloud in your face, you probably won't even notice. All right. I was walking up to Dwarves. Come on, you beak doggy. Let's get slapped to pieces, please. 8 top side. Again, bottom side. Again. Last final crowd. All right, so. Please don't. You fucking moron. One of my dwarves just fell in the thing. I'm like convinced. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Turn around, dwarves. Turn around. Otherwise, you're all gonna dodge into the lava. There you go. Big dummies. Yeah, I did lose one. Don't know who it was, but... Let's pull the red door. Lock them all inside. And it's time to turn on the unexpected party music. Can you please pull the lever already? All right. So now they're locked inside. So now that we've got the unexpected party music, can I get a round of beers going?
Party music.
It's true. Now it's time for the unexpected hot party. Everybody's favorite kind of party. Thanks for the $2. $2.50, Animal. It's pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Thanks for the $10, Animal. Appreciate you.
Dum car dum, me hody hardy home hang.
What's up with this goblin? Just like jumping back and forth over here? Did you see that? He's just like, oh no, this is bad. This is very, very bad. All right, let's finish them off. Although I need to follow somebody who doesn't set themselves on fire. Boom! There you go. Oh boy. Some of them actually survived. That's the impressive bit. Goblin and a beak dog survived, as well as some outside. And we can turn off the floodgates as well. Just got a few more that we got to deal with. Oh, actually, we could just let them go. All right, so they are trying to run from the looks of things. One of them came inside, and that was not the wise choice there, Goblin. Hate to break it to you there. Not a wise choice. And I can literally just tell them to go station out here. And they can just charge all the way along pretty safely, actually. So there's this goblin here in the middle. As the dwarven forces come flying across. Kill that axe gob pretty swiftly, and hopefully none of them die. Can now turn off the burrows. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Farana. Pablo, it's very kind of you. Can you connect the goblin knight from the current trap configuration? Theoretically, yes, but I'd have to drain the base of it. Which would take a long time. A very, very, very long. Fortunately, the drill sounds seem to have slowed down. That's nice. Oh, well, I would say that that siege went pretty well. It took a little bit, unfortunately. Sending the squads back out. Unlocking this door. I would say that that went quite well. So one of my soldiers died because they jumped into the lava. I'm not sure who. I don't think they've been missing for a week yet. Maybe we'll find out eventually. So let's just make a real quick garbage dump zone right there, because I've got a lot of bodies I'm going to need to deal with and mow. You've yet to figure out if this constant benefactor to your non-subscribedness or if random people keep gifting them to me. Well, I mean, you can actually go look through the history of who gifted them to you. But I will say this. You're here quite a bit, right? And channels build up communities, and people recognize each other. And people are more likely to gift a sub to somebody that they recognize than somebody that they don't recognize. Unless, you know, it's just somebody just gifting out random subs, right? No hype train yet. One other person needs to take part. But like as an example, I don't think Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, has ever actually bought a sub on this channel and has had a 32-month sub streak, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
Hype.
Unfortunately, you can't do anon bits anymore, Animal. Someone has to anonymously gift a sub. Yeah, no, and then like if people see the same person around frequently and then suddenly a sub badge disappears, they're more likely to get gifted a sub, you know? Damn, Animal. I see what you mean by you bought a lot of bits today. The hell, dude? Jesus. Man. My God. Oh, Lycott was the dwarf that died. It looks like. Also, that dwarf has finally begun a mysterious construction. But thank you very much, Animal. Here's. Speaking of gifting subs to specific people. There you go. Have a try. That was me, by the way. I was the anonymous gopher this time. No problem, Ronald. I mean, you've been around for ages. Speaking of people that have been around for ages, like your name's been around this channel for quite a while, so well deserved. You can still gift subs anonymously. You just can't cheer anonymously for reasons. Something like that, yeah. Well, according to this, you claimed you followed in 2020, so it's been a while, yeah. Yeah, you followed me in December 2020, so yes, getting close to 2 years.
Whoop whoop.
Thanks for the $1, Onyx. Appreciate you, man. So yeah, you can still use anon stuff to start hype trains, but all right, so we are dumping a shit ton of shells. Apparently boulders, too. And I can also jump up to the temple. We can pull this lever, just because I really don't need those lava towers to be pumping all the time. Clearing out the trash. I gotta say, the lava rave, pretty good. Pretty good. I know that, like, so they've talked a little bit about the music, right? They've said things like, oh, different areas are going to trigger different music. I want to know what the hell music sounds like. Like, if that's the Dwarven Tavern party music.
Last bits. I should spam more stuff. Crypt high crypt high crypt high.
I want to know what the sound is going to be like when you dig too deep. I want to know what that audio is going to be like. Yep. Lovely.
Crypt palotlin 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 crypt puke crypt puke crypt puke crypt puke crypt puke crypt puke.
Thanks, Anonymous, for gifting 5 subs. Ironically, I know every single one of those people. Squog's a long-time sub. Aurelius was here earlier and is probably muted still. Madman is a long-time person around this channel, and Prismatic Flux as well. Well, Prismatic's doing all right, actually. God damn. Where you can't enjoy the songs because the music changes so frequently. There's literally like a music player in the game, according to the last stream. Like if you go into the options menu, it shows what song is playing, and you can like select different songs. So I don't think that'll be an issue. I do not think that will be an issue. I mean, maybe it will be, but I don't expect it to be an issue. And thank you very much for the 5-pack, Anonymous. Appreciate you. RuneScape is hecka. You know, I've come this close to buying various RuneScape soundtracks on vinyl before. Like, this close. Like, not even joking. I've almost bought... Like, there's an orchestral variation of it, and there's also, like, just the classic, like, MIDI sounds. I really like the RuneScape music. Like, it's genuinely good MIDI music. Big train? It's a train, and it's a train, all right. Yeah. Blame Animal. Or rather, I mean, I blame Animal every day, but probably Animal. It's either Animal or, well, there's a couple different people, actually, that can start some pretty big trains here out of freaking nowhere, but it's usually Animal or Navy if something crazy is going on. Is an absolute banger. There's a lot of absolute bangers in the old school RuneScape music. Old school RuneScape has the same vibes as DF. It's just an old game that gets updated still. Sure. Yeah. I think I disagree because like the creators have like Jagex has made other games. Some of them have been okay. Some of them have been absolute dog shit. And also, like, the whole existence of, like, RuneScape 3 kind of changes that a bit for me. Like, if they were still just updating old school RuneScape, then yeah, I'd kind of agree. But because, like, they made a full-on sequel, I don't know. Although maybe that's just kind of the Steam version, right? Maybe we'll get, like, DF ASCII in a decade where they bring back the old UI. I doubt it. Very, very much doubt it. You know, some of you guys claim to be lurkers. That's a lurker. You know, there are some names who've been around this stream for a while who I see frequently, who I recognize, and then every now and again it's like, yeah, that's just somebody who I see post a beer once every so often. Some of you claim to be lurkers and really aren't. Pay attention to this person with 24-month resub if you want to know how to actually lurk. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Cheers. All right, so we're throwing stuff off the top of the pyramid and also top of the volcano. Let's remove that. Claim all those.
Lurking is like a concept, man.
Although, you know, like, there's a stream that I watched for it was like 4 years before I actually said something in it. So, you know, been there, done that. So you can't see chat unless you grab your phone? Yep, no, totally. I mean, that's a perfectly legitimate way to lurk. As I have hiccups, apparently. Dwarves running up and over and past giant Steam logo. It's good shit. So, $83.49 in bits and 8 gift subs. And 8 subs. Not all of them gifts. Thank you very much for the out of nowhere hype train. Animal, thanks for the ludicrous number of bits. Cheers everybody else who participated. With the scam train of keeping this channel funded. But, so, I expect Sem and Curses to one-up Animal now, since we had a bit war earlier. I think Animal... Yeah, Animal has a habit of doing that. Unless anybody wants a war for second, but... Drop the nuke. I think I nuked the bit war. Yeah, you think? What was your first clue? Is there a hex in this fort? I think the hex died. Do a quick scan for hex. Scanning. And I'm kind of impressed that Footloose is still alive just purely because, like, lost a foot. Foot is gone. Quite happy about all this reading they've been doing. Although they do miss playing or learning martial arts. Snail. Don't think so, but like I can check. Doesn't look like it. I think if you had one, I think they died. Hex the ill-fated. Do you have a particular job you would like, Hex? Got any fish dissectors? Fuck me, I hope not. I got a fisher dwarf and a fishery worker. Who is preparing raw fish. So fishery worker? Is that what you're looking for? Because if so, sure you'll do sushi. Okay. I mean, you're currently carrying a raw mussel. So Hex is, you're married to Soul Shinery, by the way. Soul Shinery is your wife, and you have a pet peacock. You worship Ral, of course, who's the deity of wealth, and your religion of choice is the Fellowship of Jades. You were satisfied at work, and you've worked due to inebriation, and you felt wondering, communing with Rel. You were unsatisfied, you're uneasy after the lack of decent meals for too long, and you were bored after doing nothing creative. You have a pet peacock, yes. You're 59 years old, 10 years off of nice, and born on the 12th of Sandstone in the year 221. I've never met one that didn't immediately attack you. You have discussed your issues with birds in the past, haven't you? You've heard they're loud as fuck. There used to be a bunch that would just wander around at the zoo that were pretty friendly. He is broad with little muscle and has very long sideburns that are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven, and his ears are somewhat short, and his hair is pale chestnut, and his skin is brown. His eyes are gold, and his nose is somewhat long. Long nose. This is true. You know, a pet peacock is better than a pet peeve. You like dacite, nickel, white jade, crystal glass, cave swallow tooth, hemp paper, and the color saffron, and icohedra, and bracelets, and you prefer to consume beet plants, sorghum beer, and foxtail mullet and artichoke hearts. I completely agree. You have no taste in particular music or poetry, though. He personally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and truly values merrymaking and parties, and dreams of raising a family. He is bashful, strengthening after wearing old clothing in 258, and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is very curious, and sometimes to his detriment, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He doesn't handle stress well after experiencing trauma in 258, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He is swayed by the emotions of others, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and isn't particularly ambitious and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he likes to keep things practical, and he likes to brawl. That's what I was looking for. And he has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. There we go. Perfect. All caught up. Also, let's make some lavish meals. So I just got an idea. Let's go visit my elephant. I'm going to build a pressure plate that citizens trigger. Be weird if you preferred artichoke exteriors. I mean, every now and again I get dwarves that's prefers to consume cave spiders. It's just not even prepared cave spiders, just cave spiders. So, I mean, I've seen some pretty strange tastes among dwarves. It is a very important line, Onyx, yes. Although I think it's a short creature fond of drinking industry. All right, so we've got that done. Actually, no. I need a hold on. I need to look at the settings real quick. Because I want it to... Basically, I want them to be able to walk in and then walk back out. The concern is I don't want them to then get smashed by the next dwarf that walks in. because it won't be one dwarf at a time. How can I do this in a way that is safe? 'Cause I want it to reset creatures trigger, citizens trigger. I guess that's, yeah, my only option. I mean, I could make it single use. But then it'll just break after the one use. Yeah, let's just try that, actually. Because the whole point of this is that they'd be able to walk in, gather a thing, and then walk back out. I think that might be the way it works, but I'm pretty sure if it's one use, it just breaks after the single use. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, prefers to eat balls of flesh. Yes. I mean, I too like to eat meatballs, but like, I don't think balls of flesh and meatballs are necessarily the same thing. Why do your cows keep starving to death? Will they not just go outside and eat grass or whatever? No, in order to eat grass and not starve to death, they need to be in a pasture. So you have to pasture them. They're not like dogs. Grazing animals need to be in a pasture. You have to put them in a pasture or they will just starve to death. So, long story short, you are a monster. What are you testing? I'm messing around with pressure plates, is what we're testing. Gonna flop off the beds. We'll see you when we see you, animal. Thank you much for hanging out, and thanks for the $100 in bits. You mad lad. Oh, yes, the dog meat and hide industry. Yeah. It's also kind of nice because this is technically the last, like, if any stuff cheered and thrown at me before the last day of this month is the stuff that's going to go into my last paycheck of the year in December. So, means a lot, man. Huh? You just cancel that? Yeah, if you don't assign them to pasture zone. Oh yeah, that's that. Also that. If you don't assign them to pasture zones, then they also go to then they just go to meeting zones. And thanks for gifting us subs, Patalier. Cheers, man. I mean, I could just stick to the lever. That's fine. Doesn't actually matter all that much. All right, let's go back over to this. But seriously, Spitalier, thank you so much. Let's do that. Let's do that. Well, let's do that. I can go all the way along the top here. I don't know why I'm kind of doing this. I kind of just have like this image in my head of like a weird arched slanted ceiling that's kind of opaque in my mind, and it just looks really cool. So that's why I'm kind of doing like this outward going arch thing. And then inside of these, I'm going to build some rooms. So like probably up here, we're going to build some rooms. There's going to be like, I'm thinking about putting a separate tavern up here and some other stuff. It's going to be kind of cool. But I need it to reach the top first. Let's do that, that, and that. Let's go that. And that. And might as well just put more durian logs there and all the way over to here. And keep making this thing fancier, because the fuck else are you gonna do? Holly Golly, thank you very much for the raid. Chat room, if you're looking for Dwarf Fortress streams in German, I recommend watching Holly Golly. See you tomorrow, Shen. Tomorrow's going to be an exciting one. I maybe, depending on your time zone, recommend napping before tomorrow. Or sometime tomorrow before all the streams and stuff start. Because tomorrow's going to be DF Smorgasbord. There's going to be so much going on. Let's get that done. And let's get that done. Sweet. It's a whole layer. But chat, can I get a couple beers for the Raiders? Much appreciated. And the game's saving, so there's not much I can do. But now we wait until the game's done saving. This world's gotten mighty slow at saving. I really hope that the save times are faster in Premium. I wonder if save times have anything to do with like storing all the data that the books do. And the game's done saving. I wonder if anything died of old age. I don't think so. What, the Guardian article? I mean, it's a hell of a headline. Based on what you explained earlier. Yeah, it's got me wondering. It's like, I wonder if like save time and load times are gonna get better because of that. But you know, it's hard to say. Who knows? Because of books changing locations. Yeah, it's hard to say. Hard to say. Don't really know exactly. The article is like every DF article. Yeah. Basically just let's regurgitate a bunch of old memes and make it clear to the community that we have absolutely no idea what we're actually talking about. That seems to be every DF article. It's just a pretty quality headline. I'll say that. All right, everything goes. Have I tried Zero Sievert? Yeah, I streamed it for like 3 hours last night. Gonna play more of it tonight. Why, Pablo? They made it a lot harder from the pre-release version to the like the initial release. You know, I'm not really a Vampire Survivors person. I don't generally like those games, but this one looks real pretty. Kind of does. Yeah, nothing new. It seems from a skim you clicked on the Discord like the second you linked it. Oh. It's just, it's good to get articles in places like The Guardian because it gets people talking, right? It gets people Googling. The Guardian has a lot of eyeballs on it. And, you know, Dwarf Fortress is nothing if not good at writing catchy headlines, right? And headlines like that make people look. Oh no, a duck died of old age. Rest in peace, duck. So, you know, hey, if it makes people look, I'm not going to complain. I would generally say that that's not a negative thing. It's good that people look when it comes to... It seemed like some dogs also died. It's good to make people look when it comes to games like Dwarf Fort. You know, like we want people to wake up and look. We want that. It's not free to play. That's just a demo that they're not calling a demo. It's one of those, it's a prologue things. I actually really, really hate that. I really, really, really hate it when studios put up a game, a separate Steam page for a free trial of a game that they're going to sell later. I really fucking hate that. It's my biggest pet peeve with Steam's bullshit right now, and I really wish that Steam would just, like, make it against the rules, because all it does is it pushes games down on the new releases, recent new releases thing. Pink! How's things? Hope your day's been good. All right, so we're getting pretty close to this. I don't know if you've seen this, Pink, but I'm way too proud of this. And we are working on filling out the bottom of it. The whole thing just looks awesome. What, you mean like gameplay-wise or UX-wise? I mean, Steam, for like from the perspective of somebody, me, who's played this game way too much, Dwarf Fortress on Steam is just a big patch. It's still the same game, right? I mean, there's some mechanical changes. There's some, like, obviously the UI has been fully redone. There's some performance changes and stuff like that, but it's $30 or your regional equivalent, Slenderman. $30 USD or the regional equivalent of $30 USD. Or free on the Bay 12 Games website. And yes, there will still be a free version. And yes, it's getting all of the mouse and fancy support. So if you don't want to buy it, you could also just get it for free. But you get to play with ASCII still. So if you would like the wonders of ASCII, with also clickable buttons, you can get that on like for free. Your day has been unproductive. Your database software installation is really fucked up, and it took you a good half a day to get it sorted out. Oh, that sucks. Sometimes non-productive days are good, though. Seems a little steep. I think it's too cheap, but I think it's too cheap because RimWorld is 40. So, I think my statement from the start was they should just price match RimWorld. Considering it's also like a game that, you know, is very, very, very replayable. And there's Cosmotier has a free version that's way older and not in development anymore, and the paid version will be developed and is prettier. So Cosmotier is kind of like TF. Yes and no. I mean, Cosmotier, like that free version, I remember playing that in like 2018, something like that, like years ago. And thinking to myself, this should make a really cool product. At the time, the dev was like blogging underneath it, basically saying, it's like, yeah, I got a job and like kind of can't afford to develop this game full time. But I guess like saved up enough time to develop it full time and get it released, and it seems to have done very well, so. Actually, how well has Cosmotier done? It's got a lot of reviews, so I assume, oh wow, yeah, it's got 7,000 concurrent players. That game's doing great. Yeah, it had 13,000 concurrent players at its peak. Yeah, that game's doing extraordinarily well. And, you know, doesn't even have 40,000 followers on Steam. Anyway. I think a bunch of these articles are actually based on interviews. The actual issue is Tarn gives the same interview over and over. He's comfortable or guided, and there is one of those games industry conversations that I had a few years ago, and Victoria made him several live video interviews that ended up on YouTube, and it was like one Tarn interview that several different YouTubers had cut themselves into. Pretty much, yeah. And then No Clip released theirs 6 months later, and there's the origin of Tarn says, Tarn always wears the same purple sweatshirt meme around for a bit. Yeah, well, I mean, I think On Doubt was the first time I saw him wearing the purple sweatshirt, which I actually really liked. That one like was actually like done in Zach and Tarn's apartment. Is like pretty unique. That was a neat little video. Or Zach, I think it's Tarn's apartment actually that it takes place in, but or his old one. To be fair, I've seen the purple sweatshirt. He does in fact wear that sweatshirt a lot. But that's like saying I only ever wear Discord hoodies, which is also true. You'll buy it when it's 20 or something like that? You might be waiting a while. I mean, the reality is like, I don't expect Dwarf Fortress to have deep sales. I expect it to go on sale, but I don't expect it to have deep sales. And I also don't expect them to be frequent. So, you know, a $30 game, you'd need like a 30% discount to get it to $20, and that's a pretty deep discount. So, but you know, I don't know. And for me, it's I think the game's too cheap still. I really think they should have gone for 40. Which admittedly would have made it like 52 in Canada, but... Including a dark blue one. I mean, like, that's just like me. I've got 3 Discord hoodies. Well, not one team, but NetHack beat them by like 30 years. NetHack has been in development since the 80s. And like, there's several open source games that have been in development longer. Not Ultimate ADOM. ADOM, Ancient Domains of Mystery, didn't get developed from 2004 until 2014. So there was a 10-year gap, but technically that developed from the early 90s to the end of the 90s for about 10 years, and then picked up development again in 2014 until like the mid-teens. Because they also did a Steam release. I'm trying to think of other games that have been in development for ludicrously long periods of time. There's that one person that's been making the Stranded games for a very long time. But the Stranded games, there's like 3 of them. And I think he's been working on Stranded 3 for like since 2008. Which is like a desert island survival game. Not to be confused with Stranded Deep, which is a ripoff. Trying to think of other examples of games that have been in development for ludicrously long periods of time. I mean, like, Jupiter Hell was in development since, like, 2006 or something. But it is finished now, so... I would guess, like, $10 for the music, yeah. Oh, yeah, Unreal World, actually. Yep, that's another one. I was thinking, like, there's another one that I'm forgetting, and that's the one I was thinking was Unreal World. Unreal World's been in development for a similar length of time. In fact, I think longer. I mean, Caves of Cud has been in development since 2009, I think? Caves of Cud's pretty close. Your brother adores Unreal World. It's a game for a specific kind of person. I'll say that about Unreal World. That game's Storyteller that's getting published by Annapurna apparently has been somebody's, like, weekend project for, like, 15 years. Like, I read recently that game's been in development for a similarly long amount of time. Was 92? Yep. That sounds about right for Unreal World. Tome and DCSS are weird because DCSS is an open source project for one thing, and it's like a fork of an older open source project. And Tome is an Angband fork. So Tome used to be a Lord of the Rings themed Angband variant that was then rebuilt and rewritten in like 2010 and then fully converted in 2012. But yeah, so I guess if you count it as like as old as Angband, then theoretically, yeah, but it hasn't been a single developer for that period of time. So it would be like the NetHack problem of like, sure, but it hasn't just been like 1 or 2 people working on it the entire time. It was an open source fork that turned into something else. Sorry if you're repeating yourself. You mentioned it before. Caves of Cud is now completable? Oh, is it really? Is it now complete? Like, can you actually get credits now? Oh, that's interesting. I was unaware that was the last zone that they were adding. I know that they're adding a big like update soon, but that's in beta, I think. Because like I'm in the patron backer or the patron alphas, so theoretically I could have played it for a while, but I just kind of haven't bothered. They added the last part. Neat. That's really cool. Not that I'd ever finish it unless I, like, allowed myself to save, but... I've made it to the ice trolls. That's with permadeath on. That's the furthest I've made it. So yeah, no, there are definitely games that are older than Dwarf Fortress, but like, you know. Another thing that's weird. Did you know what Roblox? This is a test of British Columbia's emergency alert system issued by Emergency Management BC. This is only a test. In an actual emergency, this message would contain instructions to help you and your community stay safe. Learn more about when and why emergency alerts are issued. Well, thank you for giving me a minor panic attack phone. Anyway, that raised my anxiety levels. Just got one in Alberta. Cool. Anybody else in Canada just get an emergency alert? I was like, why is my phone going off? What the fuck? Like, my phone's literally, like, in airplane mode right now. So, it's like, what? There was one time they set off a accidental bomb threat alert, like missile threat, like ballistic missile threat, specifically for Hawaii, while my parents were in Hawaii for a wedding. So my parents were in Hawaii for a wedding, and an emergency alert went out stating that a ballistic missile had been fired at Hawaii. And like they were at like a wedding reception party. And it was like momentary panic, and then like minutes later everybody got a nope, sorry, oops, this was an oopsie. We did not mean to do that. At least you get a date and you know when that's going to happen. You remember that? It's just a prank, bro. No, like, this was a major thing. It was like they fucked up their emergency alert system. Have you seen the UI for that alert application? Nope, never looked for it. When Hamas was firing missiles into the city? That's just terrifying. That's just genuinely terrifying. The governor lost his phone and couldn't get into Twitter to get... Actually? That is funny. I love the fact that it was Twitter that was stopping him from canceling it. It was on the news, and like a whole Reddit talked about the Hawaii thing. Yeah, no, it's like, I remember just like everybody shouting about that, but there was you know, can we just like, I almost want to put this in the description of my stream. Can we just all, as a community, assume that yes, there's an XKCD for it? No, you don't need to link it. No, I don't need to hear about it. Can we just like agree as a community that just like, of course, there's an XKCD for it. No, I don't give a shit. And no, I don't want to read it. Because I don't find XKCD funny. I don't like XKCD. And everybody's just like, by the way, there's an XKCD for it. It's like, by the way, I don't fucking... It's like The Simpsons. I also don't give a shit about The Simpsons! Ah! Anyway. Sorry. I needed to get that out of my system. Anyway. I hope The Simpsons bought them a drink first, H2O. I guess that's just that then, because chat says no, we can't. I will continue to find out about the existence of XKCD strips forever. Ew. What do I give a shit about again? Dwarves. Napping. This rubber duck. Coffee. Keeping my hair long and luscious. I don't know, what do you give a shit about? Good beer? Yeah. Playing video games on the internet? Nah, I don't give a shit about the mouse. It's optional, really. It's just there. I just don't care about XKCD because I don't find it funny. But, you know, chat likes it, so go nuts. I don't actually care. I just think it's kind of funny. It's like someone probably somewhere has a gravestone that says, there's an XKCD about it. It's just like someone probably has a gravestone somewhere that says, have you considered trying Linux? Because some people will just take their own bullshit to their grave. Just like on my gravestone, if I wanted one, which I don't, and I hope I just get my ashes sprinkled somewhere cool, would say, I stream on Twitch, by the way. Mouse rights? Uh-huh. Oh boy, I wondered why my phone kept going off. It's because KitFox added me. That's why. That's why. You hope that they will never find your body. Kind of agree with that. I can get that mood. So, I was waiting for this to happen. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. You are now a mountain home. About damn time. God damn it. Took you long enough. With the Room Connect plug-in with your wife, and it keeps sending your colony hundreds of rats? Well, I mean, that seems like a RimWorld problem. It was a goal for this fort. I wouldn't say it was the main one. The main goal was to build lava towers, okay? That was the second goal. Cool. What do we have now? Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? Guess I actually have to wait a little bit until they spawn in. Wait, hold on a second. What? I just have a outpost liaison now? No king, no queen? No Baron? Okay, I guess the king just hasn't shown up yet. Give it a minute. All right, well, How can you tell if there's soil underneath grass? Look at it with the K button. Does it say sand? It's soil. Does it say dirt? It's soil. But by underneath, do you mean like if you dig down a layer, or do you mean like on that layer? Because if there's grass growing, there's soil. If there's something growing there, there's just soil. I don't have too much to read, so I'll scroll up just a tad and say, set sail southward, yar fools! Yar steak delicious! Fox jumps like alarm blaring trucks. Radical red inventory, resupplies, snacks. Also, impalification has been possessed. Can I just say that this is just like the most internet thing ever? Kit Fox tweets out and ats me and whatnot, and you know they're doing the streams, so I will be backseating. The first response is "Yay, blind is great," followed by "Meh, hard pass. See you next Thursday." It's just like there's something about that that's really funny to me. Or it's just like, oh yes, that's the internet. One person's like, "Yeah, I love this guy." The other person's like, "Fuck that guy." Yep, welcome to the internet. All right, collecting clothing. Yeah, exactly. It's like, ah, yes, there's unity in some things. But interesting, we're getting a clothing artifact. The drilling started again, chat room. Or the bzzz, the buzzing started again. Very angry hive of bees. Jute cloth? I know I can be... Dude, I was laughing hysterically at the fact that the Bible was on Steam earlier today. And it has an achievement! You can 100% the Bible... Anyway. You should look up the Bible on Steam. The tags and the reviews are pretty good. If you need a laugh. But yeah, no, I expect that. Your sister's husband made a TikTok about her spying on him with a drone. It's been hilarious reading the thousands of hate comments that she's been getting. Thousands? That seems like a lot. Someone's like, we need 3,000 hate comments. My lord. The worst I've ever gotten was there was a couple weeks there where somebody basically posted me on hate forums, and I got like, it was like about 80 death threats in an hour. It was a busy day. Be blunt with you. Busy day. It was one of those like, well, block, 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 block. Until eventually it stopped. They did also leak my address, but it was an old address for somewhere that I didn't live anymore, so hopefully they didn't get anything weird happening. It was my parents' old house that they'd sold a couple years prior. So, that was fun. But it's been a while. People need to get a life. Yup. Yeah, generally. Turns out, and the beautiful thing about Steam Dwarf Fortress being released is if you don't like me, there will probably be other people that you can watch playing Dwarf Fort. You know what? I encourage you to. That sounds great for everybody. I'm going to check in on my elephant. And I'm going to forbid this and forbid that. You're 98 years old and you can't be bothered? What? If you're actually 98, number one, holy fuck, you're on Twitch. That's impressive. Number two, why would you claim to be that old? I'm 28 and I look at TikTok and I go, some weird young people shenanigans. That if anything worthwhile arises on TikTok, it will breach the continent and make itself visible elsewhere. Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's like when notable, interesting things are posted on TikTok, they're reposted on other social media platforms so freaking fast. And also, if you really want TikTok, you can just watch TikTok on YouTube. They're called YouTube Shorts. And you don't have to worry about, like, the big pop-up on your browser that says, this app wants to track you. And I'm like, I don't want it to, thanks. It makes me feel tinfoil hatty and old, but... You have a 91-year-old grandmother and she's better with social media than you are? Fair. My grandmother, who's in her 90s, is pretty good at not pretty good at social media, but pretty good at like understanding modern concepts. And my other grandma like answers her email almost as fast as I do. So like she doesn't know how to do anything else on the internet, but she knows email and she can play, and she plays, at least the last time I spoke with her, plays Scrabble online competitively and does quite well. Exaggerated by 6 years. Okay, there we go. It weird to you? Fair enough. Honestly, TikTok is the first, oh man, I'm an old person thing. Like, I've been on TikTok. I've been on the website. But every single time I go to the website, it's just like, to improve your experience, please allow us to track your location. And I'm always just like, no. No. And it really doesn't like my my internet privacy plugins at all. So, but I don't have an account. Your wife is so good at Halo, you can't play with her because it makes her worse.
That's funny.
What, tracking your location? Good question. I think it improves their experience personally, but... More toxic substances. What about Twitch chat? The parchment scroll, it is encrusted with well-crafted cushion craolite cabochons and rectangular morganite cabochons. The rollers are made from obsidian. This on the item is an image of a bitter melon vines in violet sespertine. Written on the item is a manual entitled "The Toxic Substances," authored by Kodal. It concerns the classification of toxic substances, and it has a very serious tone. And the prose is not awful, but not very good either. All right, so we just have a mayor, although the mayor does have a mandate. So it said that the leader has arrived with their full entourage. I'm starting to think that the leader is not actually coming here. We are listed as a mountain home. So the leader might be on their way because we do have the outpost liaison, though. He does want an office and everything. So we should probably give them an office, quarters, dining room, chests, and all that crap. So let's work on that. This is a nice area. I quite like this part of the fortress. So the outpost liaison can have office and whatnot up here, I think. I'll take human race for 500. How you doing, Orange? How's your day been? Did the car situation ever get sorted, by the way? It seemed kind of brutal the last time I spoke to you about it, so. But yeah, I've always been kind of accepting about being a polarizing person. I don't mind that. I just wonder why some people don't have, like, better things to do with their time. Like, there's plenty of people on this website that I don't like, but I don't generally go following around and going, don't like you on Twitter all the time. It's like, I actually have hobbies and things I like to do with my time. It's sorted-ish. Body shop was supposed to get the part today, but snowstorm. Gotcha. Snowstorm is the most Quebec-y thing. Impalification. Oh, it was kind of funny actually. When I was making an artifact. Ooh, a bunch of bloodthorn. Rope breed cloth. Oh man, I was hoping for some silk. When I was going to the airport out of Vegas on Monday, my Uber driver asked me where I was heading. I said, oh, I'm heading back home to Canada. And he goes, oh, really? What part of Canada? And so I told him, like, Vancouver. And he goes, oh, wow. He's like, is it cold there? I'm like, sitting there. I'm like, I looked at my checked my phone and looked at it. I was like, it's -4. Which is like 25 Fahrenheit, I think. You want to get a Kindle? You should. Kindles are neat. The leader is going to need a one of everything, basically. But the king isn't here yet. We just have the outpost liaison. Which leads me to believe that the king's probably on their way. But it said that the leader has arrived with their full entourage, and they haven't yet, so that's weird. We are a mountain home, after all. I mean, I still do that, Frog. For stuff I buy on Bandcamp. I put, like, FLAC files on my phone. They sound better. But I'm just that kind of a person, so. Not everybody's that kind of a person. It's cold there. Oh, yeah, Hoser. It's too cold. Which is funny, because, like, in Vegas this weekend, it was, like, between 9 degrees Celsius and, like, 15 degrees Celsius. It got kind of warm, like, in the sun during the day, but, like, the rest of the time, like, it was brisk. It was brisk and nice, actually. Mine's probably I have to ask our beavers to crash to crash their couches for a bunch of 2-4s while watching our hockey. Or a bunch of I don't even know what you're even talking about at this point. I'm Canadian and I don't know what you're talking about. 2-4? What the fuck's a 2-4? One of those streams where you can't lurk either because Blind is rambling and or the conversation is too interesting. Well, that sounds like I'm winning. An 8-pack of beer? They sell beer in 8-packs? Well, I guess like packs of tall boys. Yeah, I guess. Jer Henning is named a shield. No, okay, that makes sense. Or Greg is flaming someone out. I haven't flamed anyone out in a while, actually. I haven't had any reason to. Oh, wow. So, did anybody here see that Mick Gordon thing? Where he's just all like, yo, I got fucked around real bad by Bethesda, and they made me look bad and lose work, and, like, didn't give me any notice, and, like, just kind of screwed him over. In Doom Eternal, he put out it was like a short novel about the development of Doom Eternal and that soundtrack. Bethesda tweeted this at noon. The recent post by Mick Gordon both mischaracterized and misrepresented the team at id Software and the development of Doom Eternal and Marty Stratton and Chad Mossholder with a one-sided and unjust account of this is a hard as fuck to read font. Irreparable and unjust account of an irreparable professional relationship. Whoa. Huh. I'm just here with the popcorn, don't mind me. I mean, Doom Eternal OST is pretty fucking good too. It's just mastered poorly, which is a shame. Which allegedly is Bethesda's fault, but because Mick is incredible at mastering music. All right, so Salon Impalification, the Weaver, has created Suri Rosmosis, a long rope reed skirt, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 41,000 Cinder Talked. That's a good name. I like it. This is a long rope reed skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with bloodthorn and encircled with bands of bloodthorn and rope. And it is made from rope reed cloth. This object menaces with spikes of rope reed, jute, and diorite, and bloodthorn. On the item is an image of Thronedide, the splattered defender, the adamantine mace. in tanzanite. On the item is an image of a distinct dangers, the raw adamantine toei boat in diorite. On the item is an image of Unib gorge lenses, the dwarf and dwarfs in Bloodthorn. Unib gorge lenses is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Unib gorge lenses to the position of Baron of the Rim of Savants in the early winter of 155. It's a pretty cool one. I like it. Are they going to blame blame poor Sod in the PR department? What are we talking about? I'm assuming like it's still the tweet. Which part of it is poorly tested? I mean, they're getting like ratioed pretty heavily. Honestly, I think Bethesda's best option when that came out was to just not say anything. Because they're just like feeding the fire with that post. Literally, like they are just causing catastrophe. Anyway, just glancing at that looks kind of wild. Well, I'm curious to see mixed response here with Popcorn. I like the guy's music, and I don't really like Bethesda's games, so I'm here. I'm up for it. Let's chill. Let's witness all of this drama as it goes down. It's just, although this, unlike the Zaum situation, which is weird as hell, where people are apparently like getting sued and might go to prison, which is like the whole Disco Elysium thing. That one is weird. This is just like, seems petty, which means I'm here for the popcorn. Was in tongue-in-cheek comment asking if they're going to blame someone in PR department about the post being poorly received, similar to how they are dunking on the other. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I understand. No, yep. Well, here's the thing, right? They are owned, like Microsoft is their parent company, right? So Microsoft can step in and veto, but they work autonomously. Like Bethesda can do what Bethesda wants to do, right? Just because they have a parent company doesn't mean they can't do what they want to do. That's not necessarily how having a parent company means. Microsoft owns them, but Microsoft doesn't like have 100% control over what they do unless they step in and veto, which who knows? This seems to be like an id Software thing, though, not specifically Bethesda. Bethesda seems to be handling the PR, but this is id Software specifically, and and Bethesda. But no, I mean, like, there's the allegations, and the biggest allegations that I saw repeatedly was just like unpaid work about soundtracks. Like, apparently Mick Gordon wasn't told that there was going to be a physical version of the Doom 2016 soundtrack until 2 weeks before it released. And then he didn't receive any royalties or payments for the physical version, and it wasn't part of his contract and stuff like that. So things like that is where things get a little shifty. Having a parent company is like having an allowance. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Having a parent company is like having an allowance. They just kind of, they front most of the bills, and you just do your job. As if they didn't exist. And then every now and again, a guy in a suit shows up and fires everybody. I honestly, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to take sides, right? I love Mick's music. Mick writes some phenomenal music, but there's plenty of shitty people out there that write phenomenal music, you know? So I don't really have many thoughts aside from I will sit down and see where this goes, but I hope that Mick is in the right because I like the guy's music and I don't want his music to be tainted by, you know, shit like this. Blind not gonna take sides, but that soundtrack fucking slaps, dude. I mean, Doom 2016 slaps. Like, that whole game is good. Like, I enjoyed the hell out of that game. We're making living quarters for the Outpost Liaison and dining room / meeting room. Hop in, the water's fine. Nah. Well, we'll see where it goes. I mean, my overall opinion whenever shit like this happens is just, this sucks. A recent example of this is the Bayonetta thing, you know, where the previous voice actor of Bayonetta threw a conniption fit on social media that she'd been replaced, and then it came out that, like, it's not that she was lying, it's just that she wasn't really throwing around accurate information. And then when she's just like, yeah, donate money to charity instead of, like, you know, buying the game, and then links a bunch of really shitty charities, and it's like, okay, you just kind of seem like a Karen. So we'll see where this goes, but I think that Bethesda shouldn't have said anything. I think they really should have just, like, let it flow. But, you know. Unfortunately, that's not how things go. What happens if the nobles don't get their requirements filled? They get really, really pissy. I think that, and they can do things like, they can do things like put your dwarves in prison and such, essentially. Have I changed any of the default keybinds? Nope. Never really found a reason to be honest. It was clearly sent out by someone high up with a bone to pick about that unjust representation of irreparable professional relationship. And I can't believe this PR person would put it that way. Yeah, no. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of ego at stake, which generally means that everybody sucks. There we go. Outpost Liaison. Been given their bedroom. They're happy with their quarters. They think they're fine. They don't think they're good enough, though, so we have to work on improving their quarters, which means I can put a row of engravings along this back wall, and also a row of engravings here, and a row of engravings here. And, could place some gem windows, potentially. Nope, but I can make glass windows. Hope you like green glass here, Dwarf. You just scored an internship. Well, hell yeah. Congrats, Phoenix. Can I ask what field? I mean, the correct answer is obviously a flat one, but... technically, yeah, but it doesn't really have any in-game effect. Right aside. But, yeah, congrats, Phoenix. Oh, you mean with engravings, Pink? My favorite thing is when they engrave something on a wall that is the same pattern as the floor, and then the wall just starts to look like a floor. That tweet reminds you of your ex-CEO who always called everyone on Glassdoor a liar. Were they lying? I'm assuming not. But were they? The vast majority were not. Yeah. I mean, it's just like when people say that they hate me on the internet. It's like the vast majority of it's just like, oh, you just have a shitty opinion or said something shitty to me. But every now and again, it's like, yeah, I was a dick. Because everybody has bad days. Nobody's perfect. Intel studies, you'll be working with a fun thing called an AR sand table. Oh, augmented reality sand tables? You mean those things that like can show like topographical maps and stuff? What were you talking about? Those things are awesome, if it's what I'm thinking of. Are we taking a bet? Is that what this is? The way you said that out of nowhere makes me think you know something. Time is relative. Time is subjective, I think. For adventure. You're trying to reality check your guess? Well, Tarn has to redo all of the UI for it. And there's a lot of screens in it. You don't know anything? Okay. I doubt that is true, but I will believe you for the sake of this thought experiment. He has to redo all of the UI for it, and that's like 60-something screens, isn't it? It's almost as many screens as Fortress Mode. 6 months to a year would be my guess. But and the reason I say 6 months to a year is I remember Tarn stating that Villains Part 2 would take them another 3 or 4 months, and they needed to get started. To finish Villains would take another 3 to 5 months, and they needed to finish... They needed to get started on work on the UI for Premium. So if that's true, and he wants to pack... And I think, as far as I know, he wants to pack... As far as I know, he wants to pack Villains Part 2 in with Adventure, so I'd give it 6 months to a year. And I have a feeling that they'll take a bit of time off, hopefully. But I think it also depends on how much not having adventure mode at launch impacts the reception of the release. I think that if there is a, like, outcry from the audience to get adventure mode in the game, I think it'll get done quicker. But if that doesn't happen, I don't know. I feel like it might be a little bit. Yeah, but you also need to... Okay, I don't know how programming works, right? I know nothing about programming, okay? Yes, he banged it out in like 3 weeks. But he banged it out in like 3 weeks... And in that and it was also something that he'd already largely done. Like, I really wonder how much of that was just like a copy swap job. I genuinely wonder that. Versus, if making Fortress Mode and Legends took them 2 years, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume that it'll take 6 months to a year for adventure. I think that that is a very reasonable assumption, considering they also need to patch up Fortress mode probably after release. Like there will probably be a period of bug fixing, right? Like usually when a new version comes out, there's a couple weeks of, oh fuck, this bug was unexpected and broke everything for a bit. Like that tends to happen. So I say 6 months to a year. Judging by this sort of thing, it isn't even about knowing programming. It largely depends on how the existing code is structured. Sure, and my estimate is based on Tarn's previous estimates and the time it took for adventure mode to be released. I like that we have a silver pick artifact that's actually getting used. That's kind of neat. Nice goblet. Toy hammer, toy axe, mini forge. All the kids are playing with the toys. That's awesome. Do that. Throw that over there. No, not the original one, but to make the premium, the new UI work in ASCII. Basically, it was 3 weeks to make this mock-up. Or is it? 3 weeks to make this mock-up. This is what took him about a month to put together. Or it seems like it was about a month. The way he wrote it, it actually made it sound like it was way less time. But, yeah, this. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, that too. That was a mock-up. That was a, as he's described, as a partially functional idea, like look at what it will look like most likely. A worshipper of Az. The deity of jewels. You know, chat, there's a few things I want to do for this Outpost Liaison, but I'm hungry and my tummy is rumbling. How you guys feel about a music and me go get lunch break? But there's some things that I kind of want to do for that Outpost Liaison. What's for food? Soba noodle salad, same as yesterday. I usually just like pre-make a bunch of food a week. Lunch it up. Alrighty, chat room. So I'm gonna real quick plop a save here, a hard save, and I'm gonna plop a marker in the chat. When I return, we will be continuing with this fort, so I will be reloading the save. But I'm gonna, like I said, take probably about a 10-minute break.